Good morning. Welcome to the third CoLAB annual meeting. We are about to start our opening session. Please welcome the President of the National Innovation Agency, Joana Mendonça, who will be sharing the opening ceremony.
Muito bom dia a todos. Bem-vindos aqui a Faro, à Universidade do Algarve. Eu já passo para inglês, mas queria dar umas palavrinhas primeiro em português, que estamos em Portugal. Celebrar o facto de estarmos aqui hoje em Faro, na Universidade do Algarve, num desafio que nos foi posto pela própria Universidade. Então, querem fazer o próximo encontro dos CoLAB em Faro? E nós dissemos que sim. E por isso estamos muito felizes de estar aqui hoje e o primeiro agradecimento é de facto para Faro por nos receber, a nós e a todos os CoLAB e também a todos vocês por terem vindo até a Faro. O país é pequeno, mas às vezes parece que é tão difícil sairmos dos mesmos sítios e por isso acho que é um ótimo sítio para estarmos, até porque temos aqui 3 laboratórios colaborativos. So I will switch to English, don't worry. I saw Ellen's face a bit worried, thinking, is this going to be like this the entire day? Thank you, Ellen, Keith and Conrad for being here in person. And of course, I'd like to thank all the members of the International Evaluation Panel, not just for being here today, whether in person or at a distance, online, but for all the work that has been done throughout the years, and in particular this year. This year was really demanding for the CoLAB network and for the experts and for the Innovation Agency as well. It really is a mark this year of a new era, a new phase of the CoLAB network. We have now reached a level of maturity that allows us to establish a new government project with the interface mission, which intends to make a reform on how the funding mechanisms of the CoLAB network works. This is, of course, extremely challenging, not just for us as an agency, but for the many CoLABs, in particular the ones that are just recently created. As you know, we've had so far 4 rounds of recognition of CoLABs. And the third round of recognition has recognized a number of CoLABs which are also integrating the interface mission and have not yet received any funding, at least from the agency. Naturally, other sources of funding are available, and some of you have managed to do that. But for them, it's, as they are newborns, it's even more challenging to adjust to this new mechanism. So I believe that this 2022 was extremely important, but of course the main challenge is going to be the years to come. For the experts in our panel was also extremely challenging. They have accepted to make an evaluation in a really short period of time, and this required not just an effort but an adjustment, because it was all done in a very short amount of time, and they had, some of them had of course to manage different schedules, and so I really would like to express my gratitude and our gratitude as an agency, but also personally, as I know that for some, even in your holidays, we were having meetings, and this effort is not unseen. So we really appreciate all the effort that you've done, not just in the effort of doing the evaluation, but also the commitment you have to the network, which is of course visible in your presence here, and your I was speaking to Ellen, the joy that you have of coming here and knowing that this is an important meeting for the network. So I really appreciate that. And of course, finally, for the CoLAB network, for working with us closely. We have the privilege to have a close relationship with all of you. Of course, as you imagine, for the agency, it was also very challenging. We had to set up the interface mission under the rules of a recovery plan, rules that were imposed and we were not able to, we had to follow them, and they were not as familiar as we are already familiarized with other incentive schemes, so we had to learn from scratch. And because of that, I really like to thank the team at the agency that has been following the CoLAB network, and it's much larger than what you may see, because it involves people that are developing the platform, helping the evaluation, helping now here even in the communication. So there's a large team and a large effort for us to be here today, and actually for us to sign the contracts. A lot of processes at the agency have to be fulfilled, and a lot of people are working that. So I thank you, in particular João and Diogo, for they always have to they have to filter my bad temper so that it doesn't get to the team. So thank you for that. And of course, this gives us joy to be here today, despite all these challenges. To be here today celebrating our network together. And of course, as you may know, we had until September, until the end of August, we had a person that was running the network at the agency, Ana Gonçalves, all of you know her, and there's no doubt that her departure has also been a challenge, but luckily we have someone that is highly motivated, Sophia, thank you Sophia, and eager to learn, but there is an adjustment period that we have also have to make. So today it's about bringing together the network to discuss not just the work but prospects, and we know from last year our experiences that these meetings are extremely fruitful. Most of you have the same challenges or similar challenges. Most of you have the same prospects of growth and the same ambitions. And together, and we really believe at the agency that collaboration is key for success. So this is an opportunity to bring the CoLAB network together and also promote collaboration. or you just promote contact that allows for you to remember, oh, I spoke to someone that had a similar problem, and you can reach out. So for us it is really important to have this meeting, and I'm really happy to be here. And of course you didn't come here to hear me, so I will finish. But really wanted to thank you all, and also, and in particular, the experts that are here. Of course, they are making us speak in English, so but nevertheless, we are all in the same language. And in particular, I'd like to thank José Luís Encarnação. I don't know if he's online. If he's not, we will, of course, send our regards and our recognition for the work that he has been doing over the years, and which we all recognize as relevant for the network. They help us grow, they challenge us, and of course give us the view of the best international practices. So without further ado, I will consider this event open. Thank you all for coming, and I wish you, as all, the best 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, please welcome Paulo Águas, Dean of the University of Algarve.
Good morning. Welcome to all of you. I will not take you too much time because, as Joanna said, you are not here. You didn't come here to hear me. But just to say that it is a pleasure to have you with us in our facilities. Most of you have already know us, and special for those ones that are the first time at the University of Algarve, a very warm welcome. Innovation is very important for all of us, for the academia, and we have to promote for the society. And I hope that during these 2 days you can have the appropriate facilities and conditions to develop your work of this important annual meeting. So once again, welcome and have a nice 2 days of work here in the University of Algarve. It is a pleasure to have you here with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With you, Ellen Kirchner, word of greeting from the International Experts Panel.
Dear President of ANI, dear President of FCT, dear Mr. Professor Dean of the University of Algarve, dear leaders and members of the CoLABs, and dear participants and organizers, first of all, thank you for switching to English because I'm not yet speaking and understanding Portuguese, sorry about that. But on behalf of the International Expert Committee, I am pleased to deliver a few words of welcome and on this CoLAB annual meeting. The International Expert Committee, as it was said before, has been involved in the CoLAB program since the beginning, and its members who came from several European countries, yet already have been involved in several visits and participated in the previous events. And so, unfortunately, this year, several experts from our committee could not join us due to the other commitments they had in this period of the year. So I would like to convey here their sincere apologies. And still, as it was said, 3 of us are participating on site, and some others would join online. So indeed, I think that these annual meetings are important because they are a moment of exchanges, of capitalization of experiences between the CoLABs, also a moment for networking and for making some perspectives. So I'm sure that this will be the case this here too, in this nice place of the campus of the University of Algarve. And once again, on behalf of the International Expert Committee, I will wish to all participants a very fruitful and interesting meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Now, please join us for 1 minute of silence in memory of Paulo Fonseca, Executive Director of Build CoLAB. Thank you very much for this homage. Thank you. We will now begin the pitching session and discussion. Each CoLAB will have 3 minutes for your presentation. For the first speech, I call Axel Bio.
So, good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here today. So, since we just have 3 minutes, I will try to be very briefly. So, CoLAB Axel Bio was created last year, so we are still a baby. As we have 2 big missions, our 2 main objectives. The first one is to translate scientific discoveries from academia. So we want to validate therapeutic targets and develop new medicines. And the second main objective is to develop platforms to support these drug discovery projects. So what we did last year, mainly we focus on the dissemination of Axel Bio. So we create the website and all the social media sites. We define better our operations and our strategic plan. We've been very active in applying for funding, the base funding. We are also being supported by an agenda under Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência. We are applying for La Caixa projects, European Commission projects, and so on. And we are finally starting to hire our human resources. So in terms of our key activities and target markets, as I mentioned, we want to develop drug discovery projects, and this drug discovery project will start from academia or even from the startups. So in this case, we will work mainly with venture capital firms and pharma and biotech companies based on a risk-sharing model. Nevertheless, as we know, the innovation cycle of drug discovery is too long, so the revenues from this risk-sharing model are in a long term. So we will also develop some services based on our capabilities, on our platforms. So we have platforms to develop multi-omics and advanced in vitro systems, and we will provide these capacities as fee-for-services for pharmaceutical and biotech companies, CROs, or even academia and startups. So these surveys are really based on the capacities of our members, and I brought here where you can find us and what we can bring to the table. So I also invite all the CoLABs, especially the ones that work in the health field, to work with us and develop new projects with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, for the next speech, CoLAB.
Okay. My name is Luís Manso. I'm here representing CoLAB. Over the last 2 years were very important for us to consolidate our work across our various fields of research. We went through an internal reorganization process, seeking to optimize the way we work, our outreach capacity, and our ability to secure funding from various sources. This has culminated in the organization of work across 4 lines of research. The changing dynamics of employment, shifting organization of work and industrial relations, social security transformations, and assessing social services. Within the changing employment and dynamics, we are working on a project called Jobs Occupation Based Search. Essentially, it's a platform that allows for a real-time assessment of labor market dynamics based on publicly available data on job postings and job searches. We have also secured 2 projects alongside this project, one commissioned by an international labor organization and one by the Comissão for CIT, Comissão para Avaliação, I don't remember the sigla. In the shifting organization of work and industrial relations, we are developing a technological assessment toolkit seeking to evaluate the impact of technology within organizations on the way that their work is organized and their industrial relations. We have also 4 projects that we have secured. 3 of them are funded. One is the Horizon Europe, another one is an FCT, another one is a La Caixa, and another project commissioned by one of our associates. In social security transformations, our purpose is to assess the impact of social security transformations and to provide policy reform proposals. We are developing a dynamic microsimulation model that allows us to assess labor market, health, and social security policy on the well-being of the population and on the social and financial sustainability of the social security system. We have also been commissioned by the Angolan government to develop a cohort-based model to assess the financial sustainability of their social security system. Finally, in assessing social services, we are still developing our structural projects, still under development. However, we have already performed some work in this field. Namely, we did a study on the impact of COVID-19 on nursing homes, and we are currently designing a vulnerability index for Santa Casa de Misericórdia de Lisboa. All of these action lines are developed alongside DataLabor. DataLabor is a platform for hosting and presenting data on these areas of research. We are launching DataLabor 2.0 on the 12th of December. It's a considerable improvement in our previous framework. It includes automatic data syncing with our main statistical providers and a new graphical user interface. DataLabor is also reproducible technology, so that allows us to monetize on this in-house investment that we have done over the years. And this is evidenced by 3 platforms that we have already developed for different targets markets. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now Vector B2B.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Vector is a CoLAB that is in the health sector. It was born in 2019. We started activities halfway through August 2019. 2022 was a big year of transformation. So there was a lot of internationalization with a lot of drug development services being sold outside Portugal to Europe and the rest of the world. So we had quite a big impact finally, with a lot of business development ongoing after the COVID. We have new services offered. We're building our own GLP toxicology facility unit together with some partners. And we finally have our team stabilizing. We're around 21 people right now. Most of us, more than half, with PhDs and scientists allocated to the different associates. And we're planning the growth for 2023 to offer the team to around 27 people. We won around 10 million euros this year or secured 10 million euros for grant financing for the next 3 years. So not only the Portugal 2020 extension, but also Horizon Europe through the PRR, the interface that we're here today, but also being a partner in a big agenda for the mobilization. Our internationalization has to do a lot of activities that were done this year, mostly to do with business development and other sectors. So in 3 minutes, I'll go through this fast. The BioHub PRR was also big work. It's an international hub in the area of health sciences in Portugal, and it's showing the capability for development, production, distribution, and marketing of innovative biological medicines in Europe. And in this case, a big kind of campus will be built in the Oeiras area, which will have GMP facilities for biological medicines for both clinical trials and commercial development of pharmaceuticals, and Vector B2B will also participate in also having to do with the clinical trials and the development of other services in that area. So we're currently evolving for key competences in different target markets. We offer a high scientific and technological knowledge in the innovation and development of health products, all the way from the idea to the market. So we're also evolving to other areas, not only biological pharmaceutics, but also to dermocosmetics, CRO-ready discovery services, toxicology, and also in the medical device area. So these are some of the segmentation in 2023 that we're aiming to. So different dermocosmetics, CRO clinical trials, medical devices, and the implementation and management of all this will be done by Vector and together with their partners and associates. So we look forward to working together in the future with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, CoLAB.
So good morning. Thank you for being here and listening to me. Okay, so we have the slides. I'm representing Value for Health CoLAB, which is a CoLAB that has 4 partners: Nova University of Lisbon, CUF, that is one of the main private hospital healthcare providers in Portugal, Fraunhofer Portugal, and Vodafone Portugal. And these partners joined to to accelerate the Value for Health movement that for those who are out of the context, it means that there is a global movement looking for methodologies to make healthcare more accountable, more patient-centered, and more sustainable. Oops. Okay. So we have 3, let's say, knowledge domains: patients and clinical teams, biomedical engineering and digital technology, and health economics and management. And these knowledge domains, we built a multidisciplinary team with these knowledge domains to provide services and products in value assessment, which means we need to measure outcomes and costs in the healthcare sector. So we need skills in health data science, health economics, health and digital literacy, and digital health innovation. And we are developing products and services and supporting the market in healthcare provider, the market and industry, and the stakeholders are the healthcare providers, the patients and citizens, medtech and e-health, and pharma and insurance companies in healthcare. And this multidisciplinary context and skills and competences support us in building projects, supported us in the last 3 years in building projects that are really complementary in joining clinical information to management information to costs. We also do training and involve citizens in real context pilots. So we are building these ecosystems of innovation to bring companies and clinical teams and industry together to build innovation. In a simple and short way, on the left, some KPIs that I bring from the last 3 years. So we were able to provide already service contracts. We have a platform where we have patients actively reporting data. So it's the platform that we are building also, and it's growing. We already have scientific publications, which is very important in the healthcare sector because we need to build trust. So this is not just an academic exercise, it's just very important to, our strategy is to build these scientific publications with the clinical teams with whom we work with. And we are involving the industry and startups. This is our team. We are 8 people, and we are moving in 2023. We are planning to grow with more for human resources, and we are after the first 3 years of existence, we are in a consolidation and internationalization strategy. So we are joining very relevant international networks. A digital innovation hub led by Health Cluster Portugal. We are involved with the Oxford Triple Value and Academia VBH, which are 2 international companies that are building a very relevant project with us. DIT, we are in a European task force for harmonization of evaluation of digital medical devices, which is also very relevant for the CoLAB, to grow in international networks, and another project with Harvard Business School. So we have been investing in internationalization after the COVID pandemic period where we couldn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For discussion, I invite each CoLAB to sit in the stage, and I present the moderator, Anabel Isidro, member of the board of the Agency for Clinical Research and Biomedical Innovation, ACB.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are here to discuss this very challenging theme, the increasing aging of the population. And my first question is, this is a big challenge, especially for Portugal. As you know, it's one of the countries that is aging faster. So I will ask each of you, how do you, if your CoLAB is one of the themes that your CoLAB is planning to tackle, and how do you see that your CoLAB can contribute also to this big challenge of Portugal in facing this aging population? So we can start by...
So thank you. So our CoLAB is not specific working with aging. Nevertheless, we work with specific diseases that are higher risk in elderly. So in particular, we have projects in Alzheimer's disease and projects in specific types of cancer, like colorectal cancer, for instance, which is a cancer prevalent in older people. How we can support Portugal by capitalizing the discoveries from academia and really bring value from those discoveries to the market. And that's it, I think.
Technology, well, innovation and aging are the main problems in healthcare today, because it raises lots of sustainability problems. And but there are also good challenges to tackle. So Value for Health CoLAB is very aligned with that problem of sustainability, and we are. I think Portugal can be, in this context of innovation, can be a very good test bed to provide and to test and to build innovation around sustainability, around a more patient-centered perspective that will support well, societies where aging is sorry, an issue, yes, and we can build better healthcare systems for this context.
At Vector, well, what we do with Portugal is we're selling the services of Portugal, the associates, the universities outside. So we are an image of Portugal, or try to be an image of Portugal to the world. And a lot of our associates and a lot of the groups we work on do work in aging and in other neurodegenerative diseases, for instance. And so we do have a lot of services applied to that sort of area. We also work a lot with clinical trials that have different impacts in different types of populations. And right now we have a big project in ventilated acquired pneumonia, and that's also with a lot of patients that are of older age. And it depends a lot on what we do, but we are advancing the biologics and trying to get up more services from Portugal and with the associates that work in that area. So yes, and the University of Coimbra has a big part of aging, and they collaborate with us, although they also have a CoLAB focused on more on that area. So yeah.
At CoLAB, I think most of my panel, no, they are. You guys are mostly from more of health and perspective. At CoLAB, we deal more with work and social security. In this regard, population aging is a structural phenomenon that we need to deal with in our research constantly. Essentially, it shifts the balance between working age population and the elderly, especially because declining fertility rates. In essence, this means that there is a shrinkage of the working age population, which means that will affect labor markets organization and the way that people work. Also, my field is mostly on social security, so social security population aging has a very strong impact, particularly in the financial sustainability of the system. So that's another area that we explore a lot in CoLAB.
So in that aspect, that's a very important aspect actually. And how do you, all the industry in your consortium or in your CoLAB sees the elderly people? So how do you discuss this? Do you discuss how we will progress with people, with aging people? How will be the employment? How do we do to help the aging population being more healthy? Because what we see nowadays is that we are getting old and old, but this does not mean that we are healthy. Actually, it means that a big part of our life is lived with lots of pain. So the next question, and I can start by you, because I think it has a lot to do with your work, is how do we do also in terms of employment with this reality that we are getting older and older, and how are the companies adapting, and if they are open to employ old people, and if they have new strategies, because we also have to adapt to the reality that old people don't have the same. Sometimes they have more, but don't have the same capabilities, or have different needs. So do you work with this? Do you have anything?
It works. Yeah, I think it's ultimately the question is whether we are just adding years to life, or are we also adding life to years. And I think that we need to find new ways to include older people in the labor markets, ways for people to be able to participate, contribute to society, and contribute for a better life. Because I mean, older people, they actually have a lot of experience and a lot to give in the labor market context. So I think that we need to tap into that resource and find ways of including and for them to be able to participate in this regard.
I can just add, I think the aging population in most markets makes a big change. In the pharmaceutical market or in the health market, the population is very different. So when you're looking for any kind of disease, you have to adapt. You have different types of population that you have to test, or that you have to adapt your medication to, that you have to see the doses, the way of administration. And so it's very different, the context, if you're going to live until you're 100 right now. What happens also in technology-wise, it's probably a big change for the next few years.
Yes, and we are in the CoLAB, we are supporting innovators and startups and companies that are developing new products for the elderly, digital technologies for the healthcare of the elderly, in adapting and building a technology that provides high value to those people, to the population. So I think it's really important to have a complementary knowledge to build technology that really, and innovation in general, that really tackles the real needs of the people. So we are also testing it in the field, in the real context, with people with low digital literacy. So that's why we found out that the literacy is also a pillar in our CoLAB, to provide support to the innovators to build technology for the real needs of the population.
So one of the things that you mentioned is what our industry associates think about this issue, and if we talk about it. And in fact, if you look at the main goals of the big pharmaceutical companies, three big areas are distinct. So we have oncology, we have neurodegeneration, and we have rare diseases that is now growing. So rare diseases we can is more specific for children, I guess, but in oncology, neurodegenerative disease are diseases very prone in older people. So I think there is a big investment in this disease, but I would say that besides looking for better treatments to improve the life of older people, we also need to look at the biology of the disease and try to prevent this disease, even if we are older.
So you mentioned the literacy. Literacy is actually very important, especially for the innovation. And when we speak about this, the elderly or the aged population, because as we get older, we are not so into new innovation or new technologies. So the next question is, how do you? I see that you already work very closely with the whole population and with the patients probably. And my question is, how are you planning to do this? If there is any plan in your CoLAB for the literacy or for the older patients, and that's what you can start.
Okay, in our CoLAB we are following what we call what is called participatory methodologies. That are methodologies where we implement the projects with the involvement of the end users and the real context where they are. And the literacy, we have a PhD, a researcher from the field of linguistics, and she's supporting us to build communication contents that communicate and reach the citizens. So we started a book collection with also an ebook version for patients, for the citizens, not just patients. Well, we are all patients, and we also supported software developers to build, to review the wording, I don't know how do you say, the linguistic revision of the contents of the app. This was one service that we provided for one of our associates, because they found out that people were dropping out of the app, so they wanted to improve the way that the value of the app for the persons, the clients. And we are also providing support in testing the technology in the real context, because the literacy is not just for the citizens, but also for the caregivers, for the clinical teams. So there is an issue with literacy that I think it must cover everyone.
In our case, we have a specific project. So we work with our academic associates, which have biobanks with human samples. And now we are trying to bring the patients to the table and make them understand why we need those samples, for what we use those samples, and how they can help us developing new technologies and studying the diseases that they have through those samples. And I think that's very important, because what is usually done, so the patient signs like an authorization for the use of their samples, but then they don't follow the samples. They don't know what results were generated through the use of those samples, and we want to change that. We want to teach them and let them know how they can help and how we use their samples to save lives, actually.
Very quickly, because it's already red. Yeah. No, at CoLAB we've been working together with Santa Casa da Misericórdia de Lisboa recently in a recent project. We've been working with their technicians to develop an index of vulnerability of their beneficiaries, and it's been very interesting collaboration, because we've been helping them understand what are the factors that actually contribute to the vulnerability, and a lot of their beneficiaries are actually elderly people. So it's been very nice collaboration, very eye-opening. Yep.
Okay, I realize that our time is out. It's negative time, so I want to thank you very much for your answers and your discussion. It was very interesting, and I wish you all good work and the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now begin the second pitching session and discussion. For the first pitch, I call CoLAB Trials.
So, good morning to all of you. Okay.
I'm Catarina Madeira, and I'm here assuming the role of Executive Director of CoLAB Trials. This CoLAB is focused on bringing innovation to clinical trials. We are based in Alentejo and act through 5 complementary action lines in circles here, especially focused on clinical trials. This slide shows the respective alignment of these action lines with the priority of investment in Alentejo. And we will work to act as a vehicle to capture European funding to Alentejo in health, digital, and clinical research and innovation strategic areas. We started as a private non-profit association in August 2021 with the exclusive involvement and investment of our associates since then, and we have been working on the establishment of partnerships, national and international, and we are starting the recruitment process of the nuclear team. In January, 5 highly qualified human resources will start to work with us under the scope of the investment of Missão Interface. And then we expect to hire the rest of the team through the specific funding from Programa Operacional do Alentejo. So therefore, since last year, our main activities were meetings and conference attendance, workshops and training, planning to establish or consolidate partnerships, and our main achievements have been related to this investment. We were and are involved in 6 proposals for funding. We integrated ITLs in our stars through our associate Universidade Nova de Lisboa. We also submitted a paper for publication related to one of the action lines and with the capacitation for clinical research. We have been planning the IT platform for real-time and real-world clinical data, and have already identified valuable partnerships with whom we will work. And this project is a bit delayed because only in January we will have a specialized human resource to work in this action line. We are already working with biomedical investigators on the translation of their patented products to early phase clinical trials, and activity on the capacitation action line is related to the submitted publication I mentioned. We are aware that our website is critical to boost CoLAB Trials brand and marketing strategy, and we expect it to launch it soon. Through our action lines, we expect to target partners and clients in the pharma, biotech, medtech, big industry, SME, startups, spin-offs, clinical research organizations and clinical trial units, healthcare units, universities, research organizations, CoLABs, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now, Data CoLAB.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ana Gonçalves. I'm the Product Development Manager of Data CoLAB, and we are a recently established CoLAB. We have 1 year of work, and we are focused on develop data-driven solutions to solve multi-sectorial problems. Still, we focus on clusters. We are working particularly with industry and maintenance, agriculture, forestry and biodiversity, energy, oceans and communities, and health and pharma. During our work and during this past year, we are established in Viana do Castelo, and we expand our work through the territory. We already have a place in Coimbra, and we are now trying to expand to more places and to get in touch with our organizations and the needs of other places in Portugal, continental and islands. Regarding our key competencies, we are focused on competencies related with data value chain. We have now 14 highly qualified human resources, and until the end of the year, we are trying to get 20. And we are focused on particularly data intelligence, data analytics. We are also focused on data integrity, threat analysis, and traceability. But still, we can provide some expertise in all data value chain, but we also collaborate to guarantee that we provide solutions for the people that talk to us and that have needs that we need to support. To support our work, we have some infrastructure, and we are still settling some of that infrastructure, as we also got funded a few months ago, but we are establishing a cybersecurity laboratory for threat analysis, particularly an IoT laboratory, an HPC laboratory, and some training facilities, as we believe that to help the community, we also have to provide some skills to the organization, so we are still focusing on that and on the training. We also have co-work facilities to collaborate with other entities and to provide a space for us to create new value and added value. The main projects that we are now working, some of them are focused on the 4 clusters that I mentioned before. We are trying to create Zona Livre Tecnológica. It's still not established, but we are providing great effort to create an environment for testing in natural capital accounting, as this is something that is a challenge that we need and we aim to support. It's still not established, as I mentioned, but we are providing great effort. We are also working with health, and we are working with a pilot in Centro Materno Infantil do Norte to provide solutions regarding data intelligence, to provide help for the medical staff, to support diagnosis mainly, but we are focused on this because we believe that as a data-driven company, we can provide value. Then we are still working with data communities and smart cities. We are now focusing and working with Câmara Municipal of Viana do Castelo as well as Famalicão to provide an end-to-end solution that assess its needs and provide the solution that they need to guarantee its establishment. And we still want a mobilizing agenda for training in data services and data intelligence, Drivolution, for Volkswagen, that we are now trying to begin. We have other projects, other projects that we are trying to get funded, but we still haven't had the answer. But that's mainly what we achieved in our year of establishment. Thank you so much. I hope I was clear.
Thank you. And now, DTX.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks again for your time here and for the invitation. Okay, I'll try to be quick as we only have 3 minutes. Just to put it in context, DTX is a CoLAB, one of the first generation CoLABs, and we have a wide range of associates, some large organizations like Bosch, Accenture, IKEA, and some large national companies like NOS, DST Group, Simoldes, Primavera, etc. So a wide consortium that is at the heart of DTX. We at the moment we have 57 employees and a highly qualified workforce with 21 PhDs and 13 members of staff doing their doctoral programs. We have several projects ongoing and finished, 5 of which are 5 mobilizing agendas, 5 agendas mobilizadoras do PRR. The DTX acts in digital transformation in the broad sense, so from the digital world in software and information systems all the way to advanced materials, and also considering the impact on humans and the organizations. And we do this with 7 what we call technological innovation and transfer groups. Okay, so we can see those 7 groups here. From data science and data engineering, we also have computer graphics and vision. In the electronics world, we have embedded and edge computing. And then onto the physical world, we have functional and sensitive materials, process simulation, and in the human side we have ergonomics and engineering psychology. This is all. These groups act in a more advanced TRL, but we also have a group that acts in a lower TRL, doing more fundamental research, the Future and Emergent Technologies group. So achievements for last year: we completed 11 collaborative projects with our associates, with our shareholders. These are projects that deliver specific needs of the business. We launched 7 new second-generation projects with our shareholders. We implemented and embedded a project management office that helps put all of that knowledge into value in the organizations. We optimized the organizational structure, as I showed previously, to give it a more multidisciplinary approach to projects. We applied successfully to Missão Interface, as all of you would have done. And we've been invited by our shareholders to join them in 5 agendas mobilizadoras, as I said, totaling 16 million in funding for the period of up to 2026. We are also a founding member of 5 digital innovation hubs, 3 of which with the European Seal of Excellence, and 1 of those with EU funding. So for the year ahead, challenges, talent attraction and retention, obviously. Pressure to execute all of these projects, quite large scale and very challenging. Because we're growing so fast, pressure on existing facilities and on the current team. And the indefinition of the rules and regulations to carry out the execution of the projects, because we'll talk more about that at some point, I'm sure. The opportunities, well, this is an opportunity to double the size of the team and the impact we have on the economy and on our shareholders. On Missão Interface and on the agendas as well, it's an opportunity to make a mark on some of the most transformative and important innovation projects to date in Portugal. So that's very exciting for us. Okay, so thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. And now the CoLAB Vortex.
Hi everyone, my name is Joana Maria. I'm the director of Vortex CoLAB. We are a CoLAB focusing on safety and security for cyber-physical systems. So I only have 2 slides, so I'll try to stay within the 3 minutes. So in the last 2 years, 2021, 2022, we have built more than 10 assets and demos. We have secured and concluded 7 commercial contracts, and we won 6 research contracts. One of them is we are also in a Agenda Mobilizadora is one of them, and we also successfully applied to the new CoLAB-based funding. We start in 2020, we were about 11 people, so last year we ended with 20, and by the end of this year we'll be 32 people. In terms, like the other CoLABs, the scientific publications are important to us to establish credibility in the market. So far we have 14 publications in peer-reviewed journals and also scientific conferences, and we just submitted a patent, and we are writing a second one. In terms of our revenues, last year we secured 0.8 million euros, and this year we reached 1.4. So basically right now we are about 60% base funding, about 15 competitive funding, and 25 of commercial revenue, but we already secured 3 million in base funding for the period of 2020-2025, 3.4 in competitive funding for the next 3 years, And as of today, we have secured 300k euros in commercial contracts for next year. So, you know, commercial is always a bit harder to secure, but we have secured that so far. We are organized under three research pillars. One of them is the security and for distributed systems. The other one is the safety for embedded systems, safety and also embedded systems in general. And the other one is perception on the edge. In the middle, we have some of the technologies we developed. A lot of them are tools, and the idea is to create toolboxes for safety for real-time applications, and also the design of new architectures between edge, fog, cloud. And our target area so far we have been focusing on the automotive area, and we are planning to expand into unmanned robotic systems, and we are doing that through some of the competitive funding projects we want. So we want to use the competitive funding to start applying some of the technology bricks we already developed for automotive. We can easily adapt them for that and for this new area, and so that's what we're planning to do with competitive funding, and then try to commercialize those technologies. Some of our customers and partners, we are part of the RISC-V International Consortium, which is a new microarchitecture that is open hardware, and the European Union is really behind digital sovereignty, including in the hardware. So this is kind of exciting area for us, which we are starting. We are also working in some initiatives from NXP and ARM. In terms of more research partnerships, recently we started one with the Barcelona Supercomputing Center exactly on this topic of safety and RISC-V. And the other ones I guess you're more familiar with. We have two projects, or one project, and we apply for another one through the Carnegie Mellon funding program. And in the bottom you have our associates, so we have a consulting company, 3 research institutes, and BETA-EU, which is open innovation. And I think that's what I had for today. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, the last CoLAB participating in this panel, For Life Lab.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here without a mask. I don't know if you know, but I'm an orthopedic surgeon, and in the hospital we still have to use the mask. So thank you very much to Annie for letting me be free. As you remember, 2020 was a rather odd year with particular impact on health staff. You can see in the image on the top, on the left. I can tell you this how we would dress for surgeries. There wasn't enough protection gear available. We tend to forget that there weren't enough ventilators. There was an overlack of tools and knowledge to deal with the pandemic, which also reflected the national and European dependency on third parties. In this context, Hospital São João has put together a group of associates to push innovation in this field. And our mission was to generate and apply knowledge and technology for the development of medical devices and related systems, with very short development cycles to reduce costs and a time of response to medical emergencies in case of crisis or catastrophe. So our key activities, achievements in our last year, we revised our RD&I agenda as shown in the slide, and we've been working on a few projects. The R&D agenda is organized in 6 research strands in 3 innovation domains, leveraged by key-enabled technologies related to smart electronics, communication, data science, and embedded intelligence. During this year, we also have worked on more organizational tasks, and for example, we secured 3 million from the PRR. As I mentioned, we've also been working on a few specific projects. We have the Athena ventilator. For those who don't remember, it was built in 45 days, which is a world record, I can say. We're developing new hardware and software modules for the advanced version and documentation for international certification, and we have authorization for human trials. the surgical helmet, which we also secured funding for test and development of smart functionalities, and a hospital wearable, which won an award for Junior Enterprise Europe. It's a collaboration with another CoLAB, which I think it's important, with DTX. And we expect to have field tests in Portugal as well as in Brazil. Our most disruptive project is on the innovation domain of decentralization and remote intervention. We've mainly been working on an advanced urban air mobility hub for emergency and crisis response, which will use the new heliport. This is a picture from yesterday from the new heliport in Hospital São João. And basically, we secure funding from two agendas: development of safety systems, integration in hospital response, and we have an approved ZLT, and we expect demonstrations on the scope of ZLT and also on the use space. Basic use space is to manage drone traffic. It's an European program. So our challenges, we have plenty. I think we have plenty of opportunities in our target market, the medical emergency and crisis market, with well-identified market needs supported by technological development, such as the integration of technological solutions in products with new or improved features and the development of an ecosystem via the growing integration with new partners. But right now, our challenges remain exactly the same as I described in this forum 1 year ago, mainly because we've been doing all this exclusively running on resources from the associates, as we have yet to receive a response from the Mission Interface Program, and so we haven't yet the resources to establish a technical team for the CoLAB, and this has become a huge hurdle to address the objectives of the CoLAB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For discussion, I invite each CoLAB to sit in the stage, and I present the moderator, Hélène Kishna, member of the IAP team.
Okay, welcome to all of you here. It's a pleasure for me to discuss with you in this field. Actually, I would like to come back to the title of the session, which is okay, the transformation, digital transformation, the beginning of a new era. So I would like to ask you, first of all, we have the opportunity to make a presentation, and we have expressed which kind of sectors and technologies you are mastering, and you want which sector on which you want to have some research and development. And I would like to ask you, first of all, which is maybe the most important sector where you want to have an impact with digital technologies, which somehow has changed recently, which technologies, for instance, allows you to think that you can have a stronger impact now, and maybe how do you want to contribute really to digital transformation? And maybe I will ask you to just, when you take the speech, just to remind which CoLAB you are, because for the assistants it may be useful to say that. So, please. DTX.
Well, thank you very much, Hélène. So, André from DTX. For us, we focus a lot, as I've shown before, we focus a lot on Industry 4.0, okay? And this was also reinforced in the feedback we received from the expert panel on our submission. And where we deliver a lot of value in that field is part of our structural makeup. Okay, so the way DTX is structured, because we act on cyber-physical systems, and we have the capability to go from the interfacing electronics on an industrial equipment all the way to the cloud. So we can act very vertically. And because we have all of that competencies in-house, we can build multidisciplinary projects that for example, using edge devices and IoT devices, we can have a vision system that then will have machine learning running in a system elsewhere in the cloud, for example. So it's that verticalization and that cross-sectional skills that help us add value to our shareholders in that particular field. Okay. Thank you.
So I'm from Vortex CoLAB. Yeah, in our presentation, it also showed we are very focused right now in the automotive industry, which when I came to Vortex, I was like, oh, I'm automotive. But actually, it's a very exciting area right now. It's going through big disruptions from being more mechanical focused to really being software driven. So in the automotive industry now, they say, oh, it's going through a software driven transformation. And there's a lot of opportunity because Tesla was a big disruptor that came from technology area. But the traditional OEMs, they have challenges actually with the software and writing software. And so I believe there's a lot of opportunity there. Also with autonomous driving, we hope to contribute to how to ensure safety for these new autonomous systems. So there's a lot of research going on. There's still no solution to how to certify these type of vehicles. And so that is an area we really want to focus on, is like how to do safety for these AI systems, not focusing so much on the algorithm level, but more at the system level, and come up with new, contribute to the community to hopefully give ways to new certifications and what you need to do to certify. So that's where we see we can really contribute, is in this architecture, not only software driven, but they're also going through a hardware change in how they design their systems. So there's a lot of things we can contribute, from architecture design to how to think about safety. Also, traditionally, they didn't have to think about cybersecurity. Now they have to incorporate cybersecurity by design. So there's a lot of challenges that I believe we focus on that we can contribute.
Oh. Okay. So I'm representing CoLAB Trials, and the sector is health. The only sector we focused is on health sector, and we have one of our action lines is digital transformation, where we plan to build a platform to collect in real-time clinical data, eventually biomedical data from patients in real time, and the goal would be that data could be used in the design of new clinical trials, or of course data analysis, and in eventually personalized medicine. There are a lot of ideas on the table, but we also want to improve the digital solutions that are being used for clinical trials, in using healthcare systems, healthcare data for improving the knowledge about patients that can be recruited to a certain clinical trial. Very interesting for the industry. And on the other hand, we are also planning in Alentejo to use some tools, digital ones, to improve the literacy in the elderly, to increase the literacy in clinical trials in this population, eventually to increase the recruitment in clinical trials in Alentejo. So these are some of the ideas we have to complement what we think is missing yet to improve the clinical trials performance in Portugal. So that's it.
Hello, I'm Anna from Data CoLAB. So we work all data value chain, and we actually believe that data is really important for all sectors. We work through 4 areas: health, agriculture, forestry, and environment, industry, smart communities, ocean and energy. And we actually believe that in Portugal, all of those sectors can actually have value from understanding what data they generate, how to use their data, how to optimize their processes with data. If I had to choose one sector that can actually have more value, I would say probably the ones that add less automation right now, and then they use less of their information to support their decisions. So I would say probably agriculture, environment, and biodiversity. I would include health, as they generate critical data in high amounts that they actually don't use to support major decisions, and they can use further in the future. And as a CoLAB that actually works data, we can help by establishing an architecture, by understanding which technology and which infrastructure can be used, how what they need actually, and how can we help to assess their needs, and how can we use data to assess their needs and optimize their processes, and collaborate with other entities to generate a customized solution for them. So I would say I would focus on those sectors, but not excluding others, because all sectors can actually have value. Okay, thank you so much.
For LifeLab, we're hospital-based CoLAB. I would feel more comfortable in the last forum, not this in the last panel, I think. But I think the major impact and the major goal of the CoLAB was to see that the engineers and doctors, usually we don't speak, and we started with products, physical products, but what we could see is that the products lack integration of communication of data, and so that's our goal is to be able to change the physical products and the way we use them, because it will help our activity, and in the end it will help the patient. Our most disruptive project, as I told you, is the hub in air mobility for emergency. I used to explain when people ask me what is it or what it is. I say it's I'm not sure if I can say it, but it's the Uber for emergency. Basically, we have all the tools. We lack the integration of all the tools, because if you want to do it, you have to be able to have the physical objects that the drones and so on, with all the specifications that will be needed. But you have to integrate it with the national emergency system, with the hospital medical response. So the digital transformation will be the core of everything, because we have, as I usually explain, we have all the products, but we can't mix them, and we will only be able to mix them with the digital transformation. I'm not sure if that's the answer you asked, but it's the way I can explain it.
Okay, yes, maybe it's correlated to... Yeah, it's correlated to my next question, that what in your respective perspective, are the main obstacles for the digital transformation? Does it come from society? Does it come from the techniques? Does it come from politics? I don't know. What is your opinion on the obstacles that are in front of you to attain your goal?
Can I start? Well, I think when you need something, you manage to solve it. Nobody heard about drones, but with the war, and war has always been good for health. Many of the discoveries in the health sector were related with war, unfortunately. And for example, drones nowadays, everyone knows what a drone is, and everyone knows what a drone can do in a bad way. But drones can be used to save lives also. And for example, the perception of the society that you can use drones, for example, for a good thing, I think it will help to the project. But I think the difficulty. We don't have difficulty because as we work in a hospital, we have needs, and so we ask the engineers, we want to do this, how can we do this? I think it all starts with that, because if you have the interface and you have the need, the engineers, they can help us to solve the problems. I think many times the problem is that you don't know what the needs are, at least in the health sector. It's very much money driven. It's not very much driven with the real problems that people who work in the health sector want or need, and we're not money driven. So I think we won't have problems really.
Thank you. So. As we are a CoLAB that really works with the territory in the organizations, and as Portugal has a huge amount of companies that are small to medium, I do believe that the literacy is a problem, because some companies don't really understand the value of their data, and now some changes, some digital transformation can optimize their processes and provide great value. So that is a constraint, and the skilling people, training people is something that has to happen in order to Portugal be catapulted in the end. We need to guarantee that people really understand what to do and how the digital technologies and the data can actually work for themselves. Of course, that changes in regarding sectors of activity. Some sectors rely deeply on technology, but even then, sometimes they don't know the value of data, and now they can optimize small portions of their processes that in the end can change everything. So I would say in the first part of your question that society is actually a constraint. In the main, I guess, and I do believe that also helps the fact that some don't know how to do that transformation also, and how to assess funding. Not the higher ones, but the smaller and the medium ones, probably. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of our action lines, digital transformation one, is very, in the platform we want to build is dependent on clinical data from healthcare units. And our main, the main constraint that we expect is the answer and timely answers or replies from one specific government institution, SPMES, to provide us authorization to use that data in real time, even though all the GDPR and all the regulations are guaranteed. But the answer times or the timely answer that they might provide could not be appropriate to this type of project. So that is, of course, we anticipated that, and we are already contacting them and making all the efforts to overcome that constraint. That is the main one. So there are others, but
so besides the ones that have been already discussed, I think probably Andrea and I, we always mention talent and finding the right, people with the right skill sets. So there's definitely lack of talent in this kind of digital area. Another one I believe it's interoperability. So there's a lot of proprietary solutions, but more and more the world is going through open source things and how to integrate the different technologies. So I believe there's maybe regulation can help there. Right now there's this conversation of metaverse, right? There's going to be many, this is just a silly example, but you know, can you port from one to the other? They're going to be different units. So it's questions like that, I believe, need to be defined for the future, and I hope with this tendency towards openness that there will be regulation to ensure this interoperability. So I guess those are maybe two ones I can think of now.
Yes, talent is definitely one. The market is very has a strong pull factor to people with those digital skills, highly skilled engineers, and etc. But I also agree with Data CoLAB's perspective on literacy. It's not something we face every day because we have a very mature shareholder base. But even within our shareholders, there has been a knowledge journey, I would say, to explain what is the role of the CoLAB and to build that vision together, and what our projects together should be, and what technological level they should be delivered at. So we're in a good phase now, but more in general and outside our shareholder base and looking at the Portuguese economy, yes, because of the small the fragmentation of our economy in terms of the size of the businesses, literacy in the digital field, and people understanding what the value could be, extracted from their data, and the benefit from taking on that digital transformation path, I think could be very substantial. And in that regard, I think it's one of the things that makes me quite pleased is the 5 digital innovation hubs that we have launched. Because they target specifically that part of the market with a very tailored approach, with a menu-based approach almost. Because sometimes these companies, they don't know what they want, they don't know what they need. So you have to make those steps with them. And I'm very, very hopeful that could be very beneficial for all of us.
Okay, keep it. Well, maybe now the last questions, because I think time is running. So you are all addressing very, very similar concerns, okay, and around data, around security, around the technological development. Which action should we do together, and what bet and risk are you willing to take all collectively to achieve some very important impact? Did you have some ideas about that? I know it's a difficult question. 15
seconds.
Yeah, but we have, yes, not much time. So who has a proposal?
We have a ZLT group.
Maybe you take the...
It's a free zone for technology tests. So what we expect with the regulation that will come, we'll be able to securely proceed in the innovation. One of the things that we saw is that when you try to do something disruptive, you always go against the regulator. And so we're working, for example, in ZLT. And ZLT is not only for urban air mobility, it's for medical tests, medical device tests. So we'll be able to offer another kind of service, is the ability to provide a test bed for innovation. So I think there's one way. We went that way. ANI approved that way. Our ZLT is 007, which I think it's something probably good. But that's the way we try to contour our difficulties in our projects.
So Data CoLAB also is aiming to guarantee a ZLT. So we also believe that testing, creating an environment to test will help because we are multiplying forces and we are engaging together to add value to something. But I also believe that creating initiatives of data sharing and integrating initiatives of that kind, creating open data, will help to create value. Open data. We will create value on different areas because sometimes we don't generate as much data as we need to add value to something. In healthcare, for example, and to assess natural capital, on the other hand, if we work together and if we generate data all and to create large data sets for exploring data later, maybe we could have a higher impact. Thank you.
Well, I think these are great moments to share the constraints and the struggles we have individually, but we can turn those struggles into collective. If we, in these kind of events, we see that other CoLAB is struggling with the same problem as us, for example, as having trouble in getting the answer in a timely from Infarmed or from SPMS or other organization, we can go together to make some kind of pressure. And I think these kind of places and events are properly are good to address those. So this is a more broad answer, not specifically regarding CoLAB, but I understood that the question was how can we collectively can address some constraints, right? So that was it.
So something I've been thinking about, and last week I was in a workshop with Annie about semiconductors and CHIPS Act, and again this question of talent came up. And although CoLABs, we are not universities, but talent development starts much earlier. So I wonder, we are several CoLABs throughout the country, if we could come up with kind of common approach or initiatives that start, maybe not at college level, but even before younger, and show like how technology is cool and like how you should go into technology and things like that. So I think that's, I believe as CoLABs and throughout the country, it's probably an area where we can work together and add value in that.
Thank you. Well, I think looking at the network, I think we are 41 at the moment. I think around 600 researchers almost, isn't it? So it's a powerful network, and I think that's something to explore. And moments like these and other moments to come, and initiatives that are going to arise as well, will give us an opportunity to extract value from that and to work together and to explore some of the ideas that have been discussed. Because a lot of the challenges are common, and so are the opportunities. So there just needs to be better articulation between all of us. So there's a big opportunity there.
Well, thank you very much for your answers. Is there some questions in the audience? Quickly, maybe we are late, but I don't see. No. Yeah. Okay.
It's just that if you have tried to bring talent outside from Portugal, so you're only thinking about Portugal, the talent in Portugal. Did you try to attract talent from other countries?
Me, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
I think all of them have tried.
I have a different story. We have tech visa in Portugal. We try to have tech visa with CoLAB Lab, but as we have no staff, so we weren't able to apply for tech visa. But basically, it will enable us to bring talent from abroad because we have partners from Brazil. But for example, tech visa. Although we are formed as a CoLAB, but we weren't allowed to apply for tech visa, so it's a constraint.
So actually, at Vortex CoLAB, we have hired international people. We have several, a few international members. And I think that's kind of a right now solution, but I also believe we also need to work in our, so you know, it's a two-pronged approach, right? It doesn't mean by bringing international people, you can also create programs and bring more people into engineering and things like that.
Yes, just to add a bit more detail, in DTX we have people from Brazil, India, Pakistan, Iran, and Senegal, and the United Kingdom. So yeah, an international team, and it is an approach that we explore.
Okay, I think we have to close the panel here. Thank you very much for your participation and the interesting ideas that you have expressed. I think we can, the exchange can continue during these 2 days, and well, I hope that it will give also rise to fruitful collaborations between the CoLABs. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now be having a small Please join us for this morning's last panel. Lessons learned, recommendations and opportunities for CoLABs. Review from the IAP evaluation. Now, please welcome. For the next pitching session and discussion, I now call BioRef. BioRef for next presentation.
Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here again in this early event. My name is Francisco Gírio, and I came from the CoLAB for biorefineries. So this CoLAB has three main domains of activities: bioenergy, renewable gases, and the sustainable bioeconomy. So our target markets is to decarbonize the transport sector, also to contribute for the decarbonization of industry, and to replace the fossil fuels to renewable sources, and also energy and waste management mainly, but also some other markets, especially concerning biorefining of biomass, like algae and lignocellulosic residues and wastes to bio-based products and useful products for other sectors other than energy. So in this 2022, our CoLAB has now 22 members of staff, and we have been quite active on preparation of competitive proposals for EU and national projects. But also to provide external services and also to contribute for public policies. Indeed, one of our main achievements this year was the preparation of the so-called biogas and biomethane action plan for that we did it for upon request of the Ministry of Environment of our government, and the main idea is to create and to boost through biomethane market in Portugal that will contribute for decarbonize the energy sector. Also, in the areas of EU and national calls, we in this year we have been successful to get four important projects with about more than 7 million euros of revenues, and the first project is Move to Low C. It is a project led by one of our shareholders, Algarve, and we are it's the main target is biofuels, advanced biofuels productions for aviation and maritime sector, and also heavy-duty long-distance transports, and also production of renewable hydrogen. Under this project, we did build and open our new renewable gas laboratory in our headquarters in Matosinhos. Another important project that we just started last month is an Horizon Europe proposal called iFuel-Up, where CoLAB is the main proponent, is the coordinator of this call, and we have a budget of 3.5 million euros in this 4 years project for developing a technology for producing renewables natural gas, biomethane, from wastes in Portugal. It will be set a demo plant in Tondela, Viseu district in Portugal. We are also involved in two PRR agendas. One agenda is led by one of our shareholders, Portugal. It's called Moving to Neutrality, and our goal here is to producing sustainable renewables fuels, and in particular to develop technologies related with syngas cleaning up innovative systems from thermochemical conversion of biomass to produce intermediary energy carriers for further producing renewable fuels. And another PRR agenda is H2 driven. It's is led by FASEC. It is quite huge. We have also collaborating here with another CoLAB like iLab that is also in this agenda. And here we have 2.6 million euros of funding for implementing implementing a pilot plant of e-fuels, of e-methanol, through a technology of power to liquid, so using green hydrogen and the CO2 captured from pulp and paper industries. So we have also increased our external services. So we had 126% increase on revenues from 2021 to this year, mainly in the area of renewable gases, but also on bioenergy. Just before to finish, we have also quite active on our dissemination and communication tools. In particular, for example, our LinkedIn digital media, where we have more than 6,000 followers, which is a quite very high interesting number. And of course, we do our annual workshops, and we have our other communication tools. Thanks very much.
Now, I call CoLAB.
Okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Edgar Fernandez. I'm representing the CoLAB. And the CoLAB is Hydrogen Lab, is a collaborative lab for the hydrogen. Okay, so regarding the founders of this CoLAB, we are from the left-hand side, the privates, EDP, RAN, GALP, and Bondalti, and a group of non-industry partners from Técnico to Nova, passing to Porto. And on the right-hand side, we have those who gave us some support letters, and they are our stakeholders. So where are we? We have only 1 year, or less than 1 year, or a little bit more than 1 year, I think. Our headquarters will be in Sines, in the old facility of EDP, the power plant of EDP. Our headquarters will be there, including the labs, and all the activity will be supported by 2 support centers, one in Lisbon and one in Porto. Regarding our scientific agenda, so the idea is just to look into hydrogen chain value from the left to the right-hand side. So we have divided this in 4 research lines. The first one, the main objective of the iLab, although we are not a software house, is to develop a kind of approach, a mathematical approach, an application to give us a global holistic view for the implementation of technologies from the left to the right-hand side, including macro modeling, economic, social impact, sustainability. It's obvious that all this activity must be supported with a hands-on approach. So a huge topic on electrolyzers, plus storage and transport, and end users. We should have in Sines a lab, a physical lab, where we should develop activity around those 3 pillars. And all fundamental activity should be done in Lisbon and Porto Center with our associate members of academia. Regarding this 1-year activity, we were invited to participate in the FCT project. in the European project, and in the 5 PRR projects or agendas. All of them are in the process of signing contracts. The first one is H2 Enable, led by Bondalti in the digital twin of ammonia plant. 2 of them in the electrolyzers. One led by REN in the storage and dynamic transport of hydrogen inside the national pipelines. And the other one moving to neutrality, led by Galp, using biofuels, including ammonia, as a hydrogen carrier. So we have the lab, the physical lab in Sines, where most of it, or all projects will be there, and of course the support of the fundamental research partners. Regarding the activity, this is the only activity for 1 year of living, so we have started last year, and we are right now in December in the process of signing the contract with ANI. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, net for CO2.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Hugo Matias. I'm the CEO of Net4CO2. I joined the team in June, and we've been adapting to each other, me to the team to me, and reshaping a little bit what we've got in the Net4CO2. So, what we are, the Net4CO2 develops technology and knowledge tackling the CO2 issue in a holistic view. So we try to approach both the capture, utilization, and recently we're going to create a new group for the storage. So we intend to tackle the CO2 issue in a holistic way, so we can understand and approach all the sides of this problem that we all need to understand and mitigate, obviously. We are an internationally recognized CoLAB. We've got projects not only domestic but also internationally, mostly in Brazil, and we intend to continue the internationalization process throughout 2023 and 2024. We intend to achieve 2 challenging milestones, which are develop the first prototypes for the capture technology of CO2, and also for the utilization and development of synthetic fuels with our technology, our proprietary technology, which is the NetMix technology. Obviously, that we need to increase the headcount to achieve the milestones that we've just embracing. This requires a tremendous effort, and we want to go from the current 20 to almost nearly 35 in 2026. We've got a strong base of support from our shareholders or our the partners, Galp, Change Partners, the FEUP, INL, Requinte, and Técnico in Lisbon. So those are the organizations, private and technological research and development organizations that support our work, and we are increasing that base of support and invite all of you to approach us, and we will approach you definitely in 2023 to increase the cooperations we've got with the other CoLABs. What we do, we focus our work in 3 areas currently, and we are going to move into a 4th one in 2023. As I said before, we are pretty much focused on the CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Right now, we got the CO2 capture and utilization teams working, developing the technology, and also evaluating other technologies and seeing how we can approach well-established technologies in the market and see how we can apply our own and boost what they already have. This will allow us to move faster into the marketization of technologies. And we also have a business development team working, and they do mostly process simulation, and we're now starting to the training, formation, and also much more external services to the industry. The fourth group we're creating is geostorage. That's something we definitely need if we want to tackle the whole process of the CO2. We can't just handle the capture or just utilization. We need to address what we're going to do with the CO2 after we capture it. We need definitely to find a solution, and I hope we've got the opportunity to discuss that on the panel. That is a critical issue, what we're going to do with all the CO2 we're going to store. In terms of what we've been doing and what we're going to do, this is a synthesis of our roadmap. We've been focusing in the last 2-3 years on the creation and formation of the CoLAB. We're going through a transformation optimization process, and we want to do that. We've started doing that actually in 2022, in the second semester. We're going to go throughout this process into 2023. We want to optimize the way we work. We want to maximize the outputs. That's an effort to reshape the team, reshape the way we think, reshape the way we work, reshape the way we relate with the others, and that also means you, okay, and the industry. And then we're going to go into a more stable development phase, and hopefully in 2025, we're going to start the marketization of products, okay? And thinking about spin-offs. That's also one of the goals we've got in the CoLAB. In terms of achievements, well, a lot to be said, but summarizing, there's a very interesting group of activities we've done in the scientific outputs, not only papers, conferences, but also the development and establishing of our NetMix technology. It's our proprietary technology. It's based on a mixing reactor that allows to optimize reactions between different fluids, gases, liquids and gases. So that's what we use to support all the technological development. We managed to secure that and reinforce, and we managed to develop prototypes from the micro to meso into industrial prototypes that were already commercialized and produced. So that's a very important milestone that was achieved in the last years. Also, we produced first synthetic fuel production in Portugal. That's also an interesting one. And we also proved the application of the NetMix technology to water desalination, also one of the topics that we are facing. We all are well aware of that. It's a problem, the droughts that we currently affect our country and others require also a word to be said, and our technology also works for that. But it's a little bit out of the net for CO2, but it's something I'm going to tackle and cooperate on that. In the future, next years, we want to go to industrial and modular technology, so we can be the precursor of what will be the marketization processes in the last years of the roadmap I'm showing you here. We also want to reinforce the cooperation of CoLABs. Definitely, that's something we want to tackle early 2023. We want to talk more with you. We will contact some of you, and please also contact us if you see opportunities to work with us in what I'm presenting. We want to also assess the domestic capacity for CO2 geostorage. That's fundamental. If we want to have a word to say in the CO2 reduction in the future, we need to understand where we can store it, geologically speaking. We also want to understand where we can do it internationally. Many countries, or let's say in Europe, not those many, but Norway, UK, they have a lot of depleted oil and gas fields, and we can definitely store the CO2 there. But we need to understand what are the conditions that are also regulatory hurdles that need to be overcome, and we need to understand how to tackle that. And obviously then, last but not least, after 2026, we want to go into market. We want to establish ourselves as a reference, a national reference in the issues of CO2. Again, in the whole holistic process, capture, utilization, and storage, and also consulting. We also want to be able to be a reference to our regulators in other institutions to assist in development of all the regulation that is needed to tackle this topic. Potential industries and clients, well, it's almost all of them, right? Because who doesn't produce CO2 nowadays? Everybody does. But obviously, some produce more than others. Those are the ones we call the hard-to-abate industries, and we're talking about chemicals, cement, and steel. those are the three ones we are focusing, but we already started actually projects with the ceramic and the glass industry. We're going to start a couple of two new consulting projects next year. A lot of companies coming and looking for our assistance, our help, to develop baseline studies to understand what they're doing, where they are, where they should be, what's happening outside, what our regulators are doing about this topic. So this is what we're doing. The last slide, but it remains as more as a challenge for the panel discussion. Where we are in terms of annual emissions, Portugal managed to go back to 1990 levels of emissions. That is quite remarkable. There's still a long way ahead of us, but we're working towards that topic, and we should discuss more this issue, because we've got very challenging milestones ahead of us. In 2030, we should reduce 45 to 55% of emissions related to the baseline year 1990, and that's what our also government and other institutions, and again the regulators, should be looking at. CO2 reduction is a matter that relates with all of us, and we should all discuss this topic, because we definitely need to reduce more. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Smart Energy Lab.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I have 3 minutes, so I'm going straight to the point. It's nice to see you all in person. My name is Filipe Santos. I'm the CEO of Smart Energy Lab. Just a word about Smart Energy Lab. We are an entity that are solving complex problems in the energy area, and also developing very disruptive and very innovative products to the end user energy transition. That's what we do, and we focus on 3 main functions. One is work on the ways to the end user adopt new energy systems, work on the lower of the energy of the cost of transaction, meaning the cost of sales, the cost of the installation of the new systems, the cost of maintenance, and also work on the technology that we need to implement all these new systems. So I have 3 messages in these 3 minutes. The first one, we have 2 years of activity. We have been funded 2 years ago, and we are now delivering with impact in the market. We have a great team. We are now 33, I think now more, higher than we have expected. The power of this team is that it's very diverse. We join business analysis to go after the money. We join design to go after the client, and we have also skills in technology, and all together we can deliver things that usually the market don't deliver. In this team, we are very proud about them. They are delivering lots of things. First of all, we are already selling. We have sold something like 13 projects, 13 contracts, solving different kinds of problems. We have, during 22, we started in Portugal, but we have already done the first projects outside Portugal, in Italy, in Spain. The second, so we are selling and having money from the market. The second point is we are developing products. We have the first 2 products on market. CoLABs, it's about going to the market as fast as possible, and then to increase the speed as fast as possible. So we are putting 2 products that are pre-launching in the market. We have lots of other products, not entering now in the details. Third, we are also investing in R&D, ITRL R&Ds. We are now participating in 13 projects, Horizon Europe OP 2020. And also we invested and we have done a strategy to enter in the PRR. So we are now in 3 consortiums that are approved, and we are leading 9 projects, also participating more 5. So in all these, it's also always on energy transition, doing products for the market, starting in Portugal and go to Europe. So this is delivery. The second point is about the model of CoLAB. This is something very, very important. Does it work, academy and industry, to go to the market? And we think yes, but still not happy. But the thing is, the numbers are there. If we did not have done our job, we did not generated 5 million of years to our associates of academy. This is just for academy in different kinds of projects. And we have also generated about now more than that, but 2.5 million for other companies in the market. So this is, I'm not entering on the details, but this is clear activity, contracting investigators, contracting professors, investing in some assets that it is generated by our projects. So the things are going on. The model of CoLAB is proving not easy, and we have to work mainly on the academy side. Third message is about future. So now we are now closing the first window of 2 years. On this, we have acquired the team, we have trained the team, they are ready to go. And that's it. And also, we have also set the roadmap. Now, the next 2 years are very different. We know exactly what is the roadmap, we know exactly what are our vaccine products, but now we have to deliver it. It's very different when you pass from R&D to delivering. So go to the market as soon as possible, getting money from what we have done. This is first thing. Second thing is we have a great team, but we have to keep them happy and performant. That's another challenge. It's a great challenge in the conditions of market today.
Smart Energy Lab, you need to finish, please.
The third and the last one, and I'm going to finish now, it's about finance. We are apparently financed for the next years, but the growth implies more money. So investment on working capital, it's something that we have to work on. And that's it. Thank you very much. I think it was a little better than the other ones.
Thank you very much. And now the last CoLAB presenting in this panel, VG CoLAB.
So good morning to everybody. My name is Cipriano Lambo. I'm with VG CoLAB. So first, VG CoLAB works on electrochemistry, power electronics and software in order to do R&D applied and prototyping innovative solutions for hybrid battery energy storage systems, and namely for high demand applications. So the positioning of the VG CoLAB on the battery value chain, we see that we focus mainly on cell manufacturing, or cell scale-up, better, modules and packs, and power electronics and energy management solutions, namely to develop prototypes, to demonstrate solutions on hybrid battery energy storage systems, as well as, and we want to increase this last specialized service, namely on simulation, digital twins, and so on. So we have a big opportunity, a big need that is related to climate change, and we do believe that the solution goes a lot through electrification, where battery energy storage systems have a very relevant job to do, and in particular in high demand applications. The market is enormous. We may see that namely on electric mobility, the market will at least grow up for 10 times fold in 10 years, this decade, as well as on stationary energy solutions. On the mobility, we know that according to estimatives from European Union, we need to have about 6.8 million EV chargers. Most of them, or at least many of them, need to be fast chargers, and we do believe there is a place for hybrid battery energy storage systems, in particular to manage the use of renewable clean energy. So moving ahead to our key activities and achievements during the last 2 years, I would just go through our areas of competence and then just saying a small word about each one of it, as the time is really limited. So in terms of chemistry on sodium-ion batteries and supercapacitors, I would just give more attention to the achievement of the first sodium-ion coin cell assembly that we managed to do in Portugal, in this case with our partner CMOLDS. And the application is for mobility applications mainly. Then, in terms of flow batteries, I would give more importance to the 4 we are doing, trying to do greener or find greener solutions and new technology stacks for flow batteries, looking in particular to increase the power density of them. So then, in another area that is very, very relevant for our CoLAB, that is related with power electronics and energy management systems. So where we developed the power electronics and in particular converters with high current, high efficiency and galvanic isolation, namely based on wide gap technology, silicon carbide and gallium nitrate based solutions. Then I would also give attention to the 4 in developing digital tools, namely to the sizing of future hybrid battery energy storage systems in order to, thank you, in order to do flexible applications, namely for taking into account aging models, taking into account the application as well as the specific target objectives that we have. So after this we have several competitive projects, one that is with European Horizon Europe, 2 with PRR, the Resilience Program, and also with FCT financing. We have also several external contract service that we are ending up with our main partners. So in key competence and ambitions for the next time, we would mainly use our 4 key competency areas to do new generation of sodium-ion batteries. We aim to achieve to TRL7 around 25 or 26 maximum. We want to proceed with battery packs, MVPs and BMS for hybrid BESS. We will scale modular power electronics and achieve some MVPs and develop new software tools, as I mentioned before, for later on be able to provide specific service to our industrial partners in particular. In another way, in the last months, and we will proceed, we are really changing the way VG CoLAB works in terms of its operational model by having an executive director to develop more market-oriented offer and service. Also, we want to accelerate our development of our ecosystem, collaborative ecosystem, also from the science side, but also with the technology industry customers. Namely, and we have already ending up the setup of 2 particular projects, one for e-mobility by using their hybrid BESS solutions, and another one for stationary applications in microgrids, namely to accelerate the use of renewables on EV fast charging. Last but not least, I would mention a strong effort on external service contracts with our main partners and the industry in particular. We aim to reach 30%, about 30% of our income in 2026, while reducing the base funding to about 20%. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For discussion, I invite each CoLAB to sit in the stage, and I present the session moderator, Professor Jânio Monteiro, professor at University of Algarve. Thank you.
Estou? Conseguem-me ouvir? Pronto, this is in English. I would like to thank you for your presentations. It's a broad area of work. I understand that not the scope of each of the CoLABs is different. It's good to have a panel that have different areas of coverage. But there is something that is common in this case, and I would like to discuss with you, because the aim is nearly in all cases to maximize the utilization of the renewable energy sources. Is what brings us here, is to try to use as much as possible the renewable energy sources. So the first question is, in what sense you want to minimize the utilization of the fossil fuel energy sources? How do you contribute, in some cases, in terms of storage, in some cases, in terms of demand response, in some cases, you want to convert it in other type of fuels, but how does, in this chain, the renewable energy sources have a contribution?
Okay, thanks very much. I came from CoLAB BioRef, and in our CoLAB we are mainly concerning on developing technologies at TRL in close collaboration with universities and companies for production of renewable fuels, including biofuels, and the other sort of high added value products that we can do using biomass residues and biomass wastes, and also mainly, but not only. We also work with. We have a strong expertise area in the area of algae. Of algae biomass, so we're using microalgae biomass, and our main target is to contribute for deployment of biorefineries in the country, modern biorefineries, because we can see that, for example, pulp and paper industries, we can call it biorefinery because use biomass as feedstock and produce a multitude of products from biomass, including energy. So our main work is to contribute for the decarbonization of the transport sector, in particular the sectors which is more hard to decarbonize through the electrification, like maritime and aviation sectors. So contributing to have viable pathways using thermochemical and biochemical conversion of biomass, but also other carbon-containing molecules, such as CO2, for example, either biogenic or non-biogenic CO2. So that's it.
Well, the way we can reduce basically the footprint and increase the role of renewables, right? So in terms of CO2, what we do, we can actually do that two ways. We can use it for use more renewables for the methanation process, for example, okay, where we use the CO2, we add the hydrogen, right, and we create methane, so we recycle the CO2 they produce. So that's one. We can use the renewables more into all the other processes related with the capture of CO2 and even for the storage of CO2. Now, that's the straightforward answer to how we can do that. Well, now, another reflection we have to do about all these issues about the reduction of dependency of fossil fuels is related with one of the takeaways from the COP27, where it was obvious that there's a change in mindset from what was the mitigation of the emissions into the adaptation to the emissions, saying that a lot of the countries and a lot of the economies realize that the cost, the economical cost of the transformation is going to be a lot more harsher than expected. So a lot of the mindsets is how can we live with the emissions we've got? Because reducing the emissions is going to be very expensive. So we've got to find ways to handle the emissions we've got. And that means more CCS, more capture and more storage of CO2. So we need more energy to do those processes. An interesting issue here is that the different mindset between United States and Europe. While in the United States, they don't want to change their way of life. They don't want to give up on all the commodities, all the things they've got. So they say, we don't mind to continue the emissions. We want to spend more money in the storage. That's what the oil and gas companies from US are doing. So that's why oil and gas companies, the ones that produce more fossil fuels, are not really focused in reducing their production. Now, the European oil and gas companies, they are forced by their countries and for the regulations to reduce emissions. So they're changing the way they're thinking. So in Europe, we're more focused in let's reduce the emissions and let's do more CCS or let's invest in renewables. So there's a different mindset in the world, these two regional locations of the world where we got different mindset how to tackle the issue. More to say about the topic, I'd rather give the word to my colleagues, okay? But that's it, the straightforward question is that we can use it there, we can reduce the emissions, and we can tackle what we do with the emissions, okay? All of that are energy demanding processes, and we need more renewables to do two things.
So VG CoLAB, as I commented before, focus on using batteries to store energy. So after we having batteries, we must, as much as possible, to store the energy coming from renewables. So that is one of our main proposals. Of course, at the same time, we all more and more will want to charge our cars or use cleaner energy, and then storage is very relevant for this, and batteries in particular. So I imagine, for example, a last mile logistic solution from companies that may have PV power plants over their roofs, and they have storage locally that manage to charge very fastly their small vehicles to then distribute around the place or nearby their products and so on. So we do believe that with our battery solutions and with our power electronics, we are able to also increase the integration of renewable energy.
For sure, I understood that because as many of the renewable energy sources are intermittent resources, we need to store them, or at least to control the charging of electrical vehicles. So because we have batteries in the electrical vehicles, so we can use them as storage units, not necessarily having vehicle to grid, but maybe we can use it as flexible loads. So I understand that this scenario with the batteries is in fact a scenario that will be required over the next years. Okay.
If you allow me, I would just then add that even the batteries of the vehicle, we have a big challenge for all the society is the lifetime of lithium-ion batteries, and we do believe that we may find a solution to complement that and extend in a very significant way the lifetime of lithium batteries, so contributing to the challenge that you mentioned also.
Thank you. Regarding CoLAB, as we know, the objective of CoLAB is working in the line of hydrogen, okay? The green hydrogen. This is the reason why the slides were, most of them in green. So the point is that we are depending on the availability of renewable energies, okay, intermittent energy, and the idea is to optimize, not designing from the scratch, but optimizing electrolyzers while working with the national industries. Then work with oxygen. We can't forget the oxygen, that it comes from the electrolyzers, not for medical purposes, but for, in this particular case, the topic that I work with, which is combustion, oxy-combustion. And then use the hydrogen to convert it, because of the storage, in ammonia or methanol, just because of the problem of storage. Then transport, the transportation of hydrogen, it's not dangerous, but it's quite complex, especially if you want to do a mixing with, for example, natural gas and using the national pipelines. This is one of the main issues of REN. And then the end users, okay, of the end users, and in particular regarding the social, our society, including myself, for example. We know that in our houses, some of us, we cook with an electrical stove, and some of us with a gas stove, okay? And my question, even for me and for my student, is how can we still support one of the pillars of the national identity, which is gastronomy, by shifting radically from cooking in the very old style with gas to new forms of using new energies. I know that there is a new CoLAB here about gastronomy. So we go from renewable to the end users, touching us.
Okay. We are working on two different kinds of main projects answering directly to your questions. One is new products and services to electrify, to increase the electrification of the usage of the energy. And this is one part. And the other part, other type of products are the optimization of the usage of the energy by the end users, by the clients, final clients, in order to optimize the renewable energy production. So in terms of trying to find ways to use the energy when there are renewables energy production and lower the consumption when there is no. So this is not easy, and we don't start with any beliefs. The only belief we have is the client. So we start always with the client, very keen with that. Starting with that, we start using all these kinds of assets in design the solutions in order to do the client buy the solution and is in pays for the solution. So one example, and concrete example that I can share is one of the PRR projects that we have won. It's about electrification of the gas in cans that we have, not only in Portugal, we start in Portugal, then go abroad. So 12% of the gas for heating that the people in Portugal uses is botijas, which is can gas. There is no energy transition if we don't solve this problem. No way. So we are very focused on this. And what we have done is to do a partnership with Bosch, with the ESK, and with EDP as an end user also, in order to build a specific solution that really the client wants and is willing to pay for. And second, that can go with a very fast rollout, because we must be fast on the energy transition. So what we do is solve this problem, designing the solution, finding the right assets to do this, so integrating everything and build something with value for the customer. And this is just an example. I could share another ones, but that's a concrete one.
Okay, we are now in the process of an energy crisis, as I could say, not so much in terms of generation of energy from renewable energy sources, because they still are increasing, but due to the cost of the energy that we are facing now, it's a big issue. I would say that, for instance, I made a study 2 years ago for the University of Algarve, and by then we computed that the payback of installation of PV solar PV here in the university would be nearly 5 years, and the most recent computation for the next year would be a little bit more than 1 year, due to the rise in the expected costs that we have in energy. This is not going to affect only the universities. It can have a very serious impact in all the economic and all the companies in Portugal, and this is something that worries very much everyone. So my question is, how can these contribute to the payback of your solutions in case you propose solutions for the market? How can we do something in terms of this energy crisis to try to minimize the impact that it may have in the companies in Portugal, but also in foreign countries?
Okay, thanks. Maybe you talk about the energy crisis, and of course this is the reality. But we have instruments and European Union policies and also national policies in order to tackle this problem. For example, one of the main instruments this year was the Repower EU strategy, and how the European Union members could increase their production of renewable gases, in particularly biomethane from biogas, about 10 times until 2030. So we are producing now in Europe 3 billion cubic meters of biomethane, and we want to increase to 35 billion cubic meters. And we have to do also our job in Portugal, because we have a quite incipient biogas market. We can increase a lot our biogas market, because we have a lot of residues, wastes like sludge, agro-industrial sludge, wastewater sludge, and we can use all these kind of wastes for to increase our biogas production, and later to convert it into biomethane. When we do that conversion, we release CO2. We need to capture the CO2 and to use the CO2 to utilize the CO2 for additional energy production, like biomethane, using CO2 methanation or other solution. So, and of course, we can also boost this market by using other kind of biomass wastes, like lignocellulosic residues, using, for example, gasification, and you can produce syngas, and this syngas can also be used for renewable fuels. So there are we did study the market in Portugal, and we believe that until 2026 we could reach, if everything is favorable, we could reach almost up to 10% of the total natural gas consumption in Portugal. We could replace it by renewable gases. So this is our aim, and this is one of our contributions, is to deploying in Portugal technologies that can help reducing costs and to be competitive with the natural gas, in order to decarbonize the natural gas pipeline, and also the industry and transportation sectors.
Well, in CoLAB Network CO2, what we are doing actually to tackle the topic of the energy shortage we've got right now is mostly related with the utilization of CO2, as my colleague just mentioned. We're also developing a lot that topic, which is the methanation. So we're using CO2, we added hydrogen. So that's one of line of research that is directly focused to tackle that topic. Now the thing is, all of these technologies are high energy demanding also. So we're going around in circles, right? So that's what it is. So we are looking at the hydrogen, but producing the hydrogen is also energy demanding. We're looking at the synthetic fuels, which are also energy demanding, so we're going around in circles. The truth is that the energy shortage and the problem we're facing is related with the war, which is out of our control, out of anything we can do to finish it. So everybody's facing the same problem, and everybody's trying to do what we can, which is optimizing systems, optimizing resources, optimizing the way we use energy and trying to reduce it. All the other things we're doing, all the research we're developing in the CoLABs, in other research institutions, they're interesting, they're needed, but we need to face the fact that it will take time so that they come up to the market and be actually usable, okay, and can actually have an impact. That will not happen before 3, 4, 5 years. In the meantime, we still have a problem with energy shortage. So what's going on in the world that we can do for that is the LNG. For the next 2 years, gas will continue to get prices will continue to rise until we've got a established LNG market throughout Europe and the rest of the world that will actually meet the demands we've got. And then, after 2, 3 years, we'll see again the stabilization of the markets, stabilization of the technology, and we'll start seeing results of what we're doing right now. We'll have to be patient. And we all need to also to put in our minds, we will not find a solution for the next 1, 2, 3 years. We need to be patient. We're working on it, but there's no magical solution right now. Okay? Sorry for not coming up with a brilliant idea of how we can do it, but sometimes we just need to face the things, and there's nothing we can do we can mitigate it, or sometimes we need to adapt, and that's what we are requesting the world now to do.
So very shortly, VG CoLAB is working hard on power electronics to increase the integration or the matching between the production and the consumption, as well as developing digital tools in order to better forecast either the demand side, either the production from renewables, in order to maximize the integration of clean energy.
Thanks. Regarding the green transition of what iLab is doing, what we think and what I think is that this green transition is a must-have process. Okay, it's absolutely mandatory. There is a phrase of a minister of oil from, I think, Saudi Arabia in 1970, and he said that the Stone Age did not end because we ran out of stones, which means that the age oil will not end because we will run out of oil. So this is the natural evolution and the transition required. So in the case of iLab, we, by definition, we work with hydrogen, but we are absolutely open to incorporate other gases, as we think that, and I can't forget the electrification, of course. We have the REN with us, but nevertheless, we think that using gas during this process of transition will smooth the process, because if you go faster and faster, we know by thermodynamics that we will spend more energy than what is required to do the process. We will generate entropy in this process. Okay, so we need to go fast, but we need to control it. Okay, otherwise we will end up with nothing again.
Okay, we are really out of time. I think they're very, very, very short. I'm not talking about the future, because the future it's a challenge. Just look to the forward prices of the gas, of the oil. Just go to the net and see the 5 years price, 10 years price. Just look to the Switzerland program that was just released. You can see what is going on. So just on the short term, where we are focused is on the B2C. We are helping clients to change from high cost to low cost. So cars, if you have a gas car, you pay 10 to 14 years per 100 kilometers with gas. If you use electricity, you pay 2 euros. Simple. So it's unblock everything in order to speed up the change of mobility to electricity. That's we are really focused on this. With really focused on this, and we're working on the market doing it. And also in the B2C area, it's very important to change from gas to high performance heating, like pumps, electric pumps. For that, it's not easy. It's complex, but we have to do, and we are working on that. On the B2B, they are very stressed about costs, because they have to pay the bills for today, tomorrow. So long-term solutions are not the solution. It must be short-term solutions. We are really investing on one thing that everyone should do, which is invest in solar, high-scale solar, the maximum possible solar with the batteries. And so we are doing algorithms, we are doing energy management systems, very performant. We are working on that actually, and we can easily reduce something like, I was saying this morning when I was traveling, 50% of the cost of the company, of the B2B and industrial, we can reduce it. This was in Spain, where we are also working. So solar, mobility, electrification, and also house electrification. That's where we are focused, because that's where the people are asking.
I think that it was clear that we should invest in different type of solutions, and some are more short time. We have more shorter time results. Other are long time investments, but we need to invest in these different areas to overcome the challenges that we have. But the challenges are also opportunities that we must take and must consider to surpass this phase. Okay, thank you very much for your collaboration.
Thank you very much. Please join us for this morning last panel, Lessons Learned, Recommendations and Opportunities for CoLABs, a review from the IAP evaluation. Now, please welcome Konrad Mossenbrock, Helene Kishna, Kies de Goyer, and online we will also have the participation of Karsten Clausen and Egbert Jansol. I also invite the moderator Diogo Gomes Araújo, Director of Capacity Building of the National Innovation System at ANI, to sit with the IAP panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this beautiful panel. Thank you very much for those who have come in person, and also for those who are online. I guess, Egbert, you have some time limitations, so perhaps if the others would allow me, I would start by you. How was this panel is about lessons learned, recommendations and opportunities for CoLABs. What are the lessons learned that you've taken from this collaboration with ANI and the CoLAB network? I think you are muted. Not yet.
No, it's not muted, but we don't hear.
We can't hear you, Egbert Jan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, then you're muted, Egbert.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Egbert Jan, please.
Yeah, software.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. For those of you who don't understand, I have to leave at 2 o'clock for a 50 million project launch meeting where I have to be as a senior. So I'll take this opportunity. There were two things which I found remarkable to hear and also pretty good. One was really the desire from several of the CoLABs to cooperate with each others. It's not so much that you are each other competitor, maybe for the base funding, but for attracting in the market, try to cooperate. It's about economy of networking. How good are you making your networking that those services others are performing quite well, that you learn from them how to do it, and otherwise, in certain cases, that others can help you in approaching the outside market, because that's the second thing. And it was mentioned at least once I heard it, is your big problem is generating revenues out of competitive funding and in particular business services. Each of these CoLABs has exactly the same problem.
Mute.
I'm muted again.
No, it's me.
You hear me again. So each of your CoLABs has the same problem attracting market interest and realizing revenues there. So in cooperating with each other, especially learn how to do it. I'm working at TNO. TNO is just like in the CoLAB, a little bit larger, I have to say 3,000 people in total. But our main problem continuously is not only doing the proper research, but also doing it in the right way such that businesses is interested in funding it. And that's quite a commercial challenge you have to learn. And especially the CoLABs who are successful, share it with the other CoLABs. Again, the other CoLABs are not your competitor. They are actually your partners in evolving into a more successful organization than what you are already. That would be my contribution to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Egbert-Jan. Kees, please.
Yeah, Egbert-Jan, as usual, is a bit too modest reacting to him. There is also an urge for the upcoming years to consolidate or expand the internationalization track and to make a brand. And I know people, colleagues from Egbert-Jan, who work for TNO, and they don't say they work with the organization, but they work with the reorganization. And TNO always kept TNO as a starter in the name of whatever they did. So you had TNO hyphen and then something else. TNO Smart Industry, TNO for Life, TNO whatever. So the brand TNO was loaded partly with that. What I have seen here is that there are now 41, I kind of lost count, yeah? 41 CoLABs. My advice would be start with CoLAB and then throw in something else that what you actually do. So then you get an international thing that's compatible to TNO or Fraunhofer or VTT or whatever. So that's to be added to Egbert-Jan's comment, I think.
Ellen, would you like to add on this subject?
Thank you very much. Yes, so I was involved from the beginning in this CoLAB program, and of course at the beginning the idea was to establish some ways to make collaboration between academia and the industrial work and try to find some lab that could favorize this collaboration. And I think now it has gone far from that in some sense. It has evolved in the positive directions, and maybe with some difficulties. Okay, we have seen that there are some difficulties, but maybe now I go in the direction of my colleagues there. I think you need more maybe some structuration at the general initiative level, and I think this is really what you could do. I think to have this brand CoLAB with typically some interesting areas of actions. So the areas they are reflected, I think, in this kind of day-to-day we have today, for instance, because there are great great domain of activities where you have something to say, something to promote together. So first at the national level, you have to create that, and another way to also to go is to put that, for instance, at the European level, become known as CoLAB at the European level, and also at the international level, of course. But so this is what I wanted to say.
Conrad.
Yeah, last but not least, I saw 6 CoLABs, 5 out of the energy business, more or less my topic. And what I saw is you're mainly dealing with the same topic, the energy change in the system. And a lot of you are dealing with the topic storage. And but if you look at the different energy CoLABs, you have very different abilities to deal with this topic. Some, like Smart Energy Lab, is looking from the topic developing a product. VG is looking from the energy management system and or from energy management systems. And therefore, you are looking from a quite different view on the same topic, and therefore you are not competitors. And if you look at the title of CoLAB, it's laboratory, although means science, but it's collaboration. There's no need to understand Portuguese. It's the same in English, and it's the same in German. And therefore, the strength, the opportunity for the CoLABs is to collaborate.
Thank you very much. I would, yes, Carsten, please.
Yeah, may I add, my name is Carsten Clausen from Germany. I'm socialized in the Fraunhofer Society and grown up with the one-third model. What is, as we all know, tough. But we think this is really to bring really innovations or ideas via innovations to the market. This is the way it should be. I also have some doubts if the CoLAB organization is on the long term the right organization form, or you should go. I'm not arguing pro Fraunhofer model, but other models that you have a unique thing. It's a tough organization, and the panel in this round in the summer, we had so many meetings. All of these reviewers listened to all of the CoLABs, and we discussed all of the CoLABs, the own ones and also the others. So, and then we had the interviews directly or the feedback rounds with individual CoLABs. This is really a tough process. And what I learned is that you all have similar issues like contracts, getting data access, or getting regulation, or finding the right EU programs and things like that. So therefore, it's kind of centralization or backing would be good. And to be honest, with our Ana Gonzalez, we wouldn't have made it. This was really a super organizer, I must say, also on behalf of my colleagues. And also another point is that the CoLABs have, I'm in the health sector, doing clinical trials could be much easier than doing a drug discovery. This takes 10 years, totally different budgets you need for that, totally different risk profiles. So therefore, I think Annie and also the CoLABs with their contribution should think about bringing that to a long-term other organization form that, you know, also some die and some survive, new pop up, that you have a really living organization. But also, and this is my last point, you should be more proactive to sell that to the European, to the outside world, because this is really, really, really a nice way to drive innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carsten. Egbert, Jan, 4 minutes for you to go. What would be your recommendations for CoLABs to move forward?
Well, I might leave a bombshell at this moment, triggered by Karsten's remark, but that's a more political problem. Each of these CoLABs are its own foundation, with its own governing board. To be honest, TNO 90 years ago started a little bit like that. And then there was a special law, so that's too difficult now to discuss in the details, but it took a long time to make one organization with one back office out of it. And I'm a little bit worried on the CoLABs as well as being so much different things. It's good to develop now, but my suggestion for the Portuguese government is to start thinking about getting a little bit more structure into all the different CoLABs, that at least they can share more on the back offices, the governance models, and all these, and even the promotion internationally, that it is not spread over and reinvented 41 times. But I leave you with that, and I wish you the best luck.
Thank you very much, Egbert-Jan. Have a nice meeting. Thank you very much for your availability. Kees, please.
Yeah, well, Egbert-Jan is pointing at the working towards the post-2026 era, which inevitably is coming to us all. And I partly agree with him, but it's not only a matter of organization. And this is not in the script, ladies and gentlemen. This is a personal note. There are over 10 million people here in this beautiful country. In the Netherlands, which is also a small country, we have 17. There are other countries who have much more people. And what you see, especially with the energy session, you try to do basically everything. And that just cannot be true. So the big discussion we should have towards 26 is what is actually of paramount importance to Portugal. Where should we invest in, and the other things that we should buy. We have the same discussion in my country with the polytechnic universities. You know them very well, Conrad. And the Ministry of Education is pushing them to start doing more research. And they start doing more research. And I talked to a lot of them and said, your toughest decision is to decide when you stop, when you don't do it anymore. And that's to a community of researchers. They don't want to stop, they want to do more research. I completely understand that. So the signal has to come from somewhere else, a ministry, a vision for the country, and so on. Just to give you some perspective on the 10 million, I wrote it down. It's not to nag BioRef, but the budget of your largest product that you presented is the same as the profit Shell's making in a morning. Not in a day, in a morning. And it's not the turnover, it's the profit. Just to give it some perspective, and that's only Shell. There are 6 others, as you know. Throwing in something extra on that, there is a lot of work on carbon. From the energy perspective, from the materials perspective, that's nice. We all live in a big carbon cycle. I want to add something to that, and that's the other big cycle that we all live in, which is the nitrogen cycle. And it came by very shortly when the word wastewater sludge was thrown at us. For the environment, the damage has already been done as soon as we have wastewater sludge, because it is aerobic, and you have created tons of CO2. And we have to start rethinking on reusing that material in a much better way. Do it anaerobic, then you get methane, which makes sense. It's green gas, basically. But it's also much better for the nitrogen cycle. And N2, like CO2, is a big thermodynamic sink. Once the molecule is out there and you have it activated into something, ammonia, NOx, in terms of nitrogen, you should keep it in that state and not go through the denitrification process, because then you get that other famous greenhouse gas where nobody is talking about, which is called N2O, and that's an even bigger disaster than CO2 for the climate. So we have to start thinking on that. It's an open invitation. Thank you.
Yeah, a short remark to your comment. I worked for Preußen Elektra, former big company in Germany, and I founded an innovation department. And what I learned after 10 years was I shouldn't compare my work with the turnover of this big company. I had to focus on the growth, on the fields where the company can grow. And I think that should be the same for the CoLABs. You should focus on the fields where the business in the different fields can grow. All of the CoLABs are working in fields where we have a huge turnover, but there are certain fields to grow, and you have to find that. I have a second remark. What we didn't talk about till now in CoLABs is the spin-off of new companies out of the knowledge developed in the CoLABs. My feeling is that it's very important. In Germany, I'm working in a Bavarian university. We have one field, one target, and this one target is the number of spin-offs out of our research. And maybe that sounds a little bit stupid. We found new organization, CoLABs, and the target should be to develop spin-offs. But my feeling is that you can motivate people to work in this company, in this CoLABs, when they have the chance to develop their own business, and the surroundings of CoLABs are able to do that.
Okay. Yes, I think I agree with the fact that, well, we cannot be excellent in all directions. And what I would very concretely recommend for the identifying actually the forces and the directions where the CoLAB can collaborate and be excellent and visible would be to have, for instance, some seminars dedicated to one area where you can also invite some experts, scientific experts from the world, but where you try to identify what are the perspectives, what is your perspectives in the concerned CoLABs. And we have, at my institute in France, we are trying this kind of seminar regularly, because we are also in different institutes around France, all addressing similar topics but with different perspectives. And we have recently organized this kind of prospective seminar where all the groups are coming together for a short time, one day, and having to discuss heavily what is their horizon at different scale, but where they want to be, and so they can collectively define some challenge and say, well, we are trying to work together on that, and it's always good to have observers coming from the same scientific domain that can also bring some light in this seminar. So that would be very concrete and possible to organize to identify actually your strengths and your possible positioning on that. Also, what we could, yes, I have also some idea that I would like to share. I think there may be also some actions from the political actions in which you can really help some challenges to be achieved. So, for instance, I am thinking to this idea of facilitating data sharing that was mentioned this morning, and I think having some kind of organization where it's possible for the CoLABs concerned and wanting to develop some experience and making some tests. And I think this is quite interesting to organize such kind of possible structure. I think this was an interesting idea pointing out this morning. I don't know how to implement it really, okay? But
come on, Hélène, you can do it.
no. But I think this is something where there could be some political help for that.
Great brainstorming here. Carsten, would you like to add something?
No, sorry, I didn't really got it. Got the message. It was so I'm sorry for that.
Don't worry. I will pass the floor to our audience. We still have a few minutes. Please, you have the opportunity. We have one question over there.
Good morning, everyone. Luis Ferreira from the National Innovation Agency. A very short question for the whole panel. It's a pity that TNO is not with us anymore, but I would like to challenge the panel with a question regarding the importance. What do you think about the importance of public procurement of innovation for the extension of life of the CoLABs or the interest for the CoLABs?
Sure. Pedro, over there.
Hello, Pedro Fevereiro from Innovplan Protect. Yes, I'm here, Cass. I'm still worried. I hear something about the one-third, as some of you know. I've been struggling with this and obviously thinking that at least in my particular field it will be difficult to attain within relatively short time. So I would like to know from the panel, what do you think about this, and how do you think we can tackle with this perspective?
Can we have any other questions? Over there.
Hello, Yoni from Alma Science CoLAB. So it's been advocated for some mega governance structure, maybe coming from the government top down. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good idea, and B, I'm originally from Israel, and it's more about venture capital involved with the system of innovation, which we have found challenging to have access to seed or pre-seed venture capital operating here in Portugal, and obviously not connected to the CoLAB structure. So if you could refer to that type of model and how we could potentially implement that here in Portugal, or maybe even access to European venture capital working in that part of the innovation cycle.
Thank you very much. Who wants to go?
Yeah, I can start with the one-third topic. Also, we discussed that, Egbert, Jan and me, in at least every CoLAB. And it's adapted from a little bit from Fraunhofer. I know Fraunhofer. I never worked for Fraunhofer, but I know Fraunhofer as a competitor for universities in Germany. And the base funding you get allows you to develop knowledge, abilities in a protected field. And that is the first step. In the second step, you can add new knowledge by getting money from, for instance, the EU. And if you have a 50%, if you have 50% own money and 50% from the EU, then you have a bigger chance to compete in that field. And in a third step, with these two first steps, you develop products which should be marketable, because at the end, science is not working for its own. It's working for the public, and therefore there must be a transfer from the knowledge into the economy. And this is the last third. It's really a chance. A second remark to the public procurement. I'm not sure whether I understand the question right, but if you think that the public can ask CoLAB to work for them, if that is the question, then there is a need for a huge money of advertising. Everyone should know, the company should know the CoLAB organization, and you cannot get that for free. Although therefore, I think that is a difficult way.
Helen.
Yeah, coming back to the 1/3 thing, I think this is a fact that today there is a huge diversity of CoLABs and so of individual situations. So they differ in topics, in size, in ages, and it's difficult to have a common rule for every situation, okay? But I think you should understand the rule in terms of sustainability, because this rule was just a help to tell you, well, you cannot rely on public funding and only, okay? So you have to understand it as, well, you have to be known and have contact and make some relations with private companies and international partners, so that you don't have to count only on your state, okay? And this is my understanding, at least, of this rule. Well, yes, it comes from Fraunhofer, I think, but it always in our committee, I think it has always been understood as a kind of model, okay, which helps to find some other possibilities of funding.
Keys, last round.
Famous last words. What an honor. Thank you so much.
I will give the floor to Carsten to finish.
Okay, great. Carsten, you're the guy. Coming back to the venture capital, a friend of mine is an entrepreneur in biotech, and he gave me the list of venture capitalists he talked to, and I opened the Excel, and there were 350 entries. So this works two ways. It's for the entrepreneur to be, is it a hassle that you can't believe so big? I don't know about how many there are in Portugal. There must also be a few. At the same time, you see the mission-oriented approach, now also coming from Brussels. Also you see it here, politically driven. And there is something missing in between. So we started, I think, 2 years ago with an entity called Invest NL. I always pronounce NL very slowly, just to, avoid stupid things. You can find them on the internet, and they have money, they have public money, and what they should do is de-risk the other investing parties. It could be a bank, it could be venture, but their job is to de-risk it. So they co-invest in fields that we think is important, mission-oriented, and not only go in that hard finance with venture alone. So I'd like to add that it's on offer. And I thank you for being with us, whereas I know that the majority of you will be already at 7 o'clock in the evening, I think.
Carsten, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah. May I add a brutal answer to the 1/3 thing? If you don't live this 1/3 thing, then you should go back to the university and stay in the university or on science. Then it's not a CoLAB. Therefore, I really would encourage to follow the 1/3 model. And what is really also a special thing is that you have all these shareholders, these companies. Perhaps you can encourage them more or get helping them more to get the 1/3 in that. And regarding the venture capital, all projects I have seen from your 35 CoLABs, they are more or less too early to attract a venture capitalist for such a project. Perhaps you can do some umbrella projects or an umbrella contract for some of the project. This could be an interesting thing when you have a dedicated venture capitalist going for some energy or battery or whatever, or in the health area, and you create something for one specific venture capitalist. This would be my answer. And if you're talking about procurement, and we have to follow up the EU rules, so that's as it is. And the last sentence is no mega bureaucracy. I totally can accept that, but a back office could be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time, so I would like to thank Helen, Carsten, Kees, Konrad, and Egbert Jan for this. I would also like to thank the chairperson of this international evaluation panel, Professor Encarnação, for his leadership. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much. And now, before you leave, I have some announcements, important ones. So, first place, we'll have some rooms available for B2B meetings between the CoLABs. So the ones who are interested in participating should go to the registration desk. And Sofia Couto and Carolina João will be there. You should give them your names. After the lunch at 2:15, we should all meet at the main door for a family photo. So don't be late. And the sessions will start at 2:30. Now I ask you 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 you
National Department of ANI, and we are in charge of managing, disseminating and promoting the participation of Portugal in the Horizon Europe program, the EU framework program for research and innovation. In fact, is the 9 framework program. I can manage the slides myself. Yeah. Okay. So this is the 9 framework program for research and innovation, and I can see there. With the 95.5 billion euros for the period of 7 years. And so everybody knows probably about that because 2 calls already took place, 2021, 2022, and now, in fact, the work program 2023-2024 was officially published today. So the drafts were already available a few days ago, last week, but today we confirm now that they are already online, not yet to submit the proposals, but anyway, you can have a look on the official versions, because the drafts are drafts, and so anything can change, even if small, so we really recommend to look for the official documents. And so the structure is organized in 3 pillars, as you can see, and in fact, under the PERIN, we are in Portugal. Not only the support is done by ANI, but also from other institutions. So we have the first pillar that is under the support is given by FCT. And this pillar is mainly dealing with the fundamental research and so bottom-up approach. And we have here the mobility actions that came already from the previous framework programs. We have the infrastructures, and we have the well-known ERC grants. And the colleagues that are in charge of this program are the colleagues, the FCT colleagues, and the names and contacts are here. And you probably know already them because they are already working for some times at FCT. So this is just a reminder for you. And then we have the pillar 2, and the pillar 2 is structured in clusters, thematic clusters. And this is where we are mainly working at ANI, collaboration projects, collaborative projects. We need to have submitting a proposal having a consortium. So it's consortium based with institutions from different countries, EU member states and others, associated countries and third countries. And here the objective is also to promote the technology development, and so they are even thought that they are several levels of technology readiness level. They are mainly starting at 3, 4, 5 for research and innovation actions, and goes till 8, 9. And the team that is in charge of this pillar 2, we have a group from ICIB, so dealing with cluster 1, cluster that dedicated to health. And then all the other colleagues are mainly from ANI, but we have in cluster 2, so the one dedicated to social science, one colleague from FCT and one colleague from Ciência Viva. And in cluster 4, we also have the collaboration of FCT and also the colleagues from the PT space, because the space is under the cluster 4. And all the others, so I'm here with my colleague Ricardo, and we are both from cluster 6, which is the cluster dealing with the bioeconomy, the agriculture, the food part, the natural resources, and the environment. And also the ocean and the waters part is also inside this. So we are. This is our main task. And within pillar 2, we also have the missions. And the missions have an objective for 2030 to attain certain ambition. And they have a separate work program. The work program 2023 is also published, so was also published today with calls. So we have 5 missions. We have one more related to the health, which is the cancer, and then the other we call the Green Deal missions, and they are connected either with the cluster 5 and cluster 6. So the cluster of energy, mobility, and climate, and the cluster 6 I mentioned already. This mission concept brings, it was an idea of the Commissioner Moedas, and brings a different ways of working. Not only, the objective is to go beyond research and innovation, and to go till those that in practice use these results of researches and engaging a large engagement of stakeholders. So, for instance, I'm in charge of the soil mission, and in soil missions, it's very important to highlight the attention of the citizens for the soil, for the pollutions, and because we live here, we walk on the soil, but we don't pay attention about certain aspects that are degrading the soil. And to recover the soils, it takes many, many years. So it's very important to look at it. And we have these colleagues in charge of the different missions. So as I mentioned, for the cancer, it's the colleagues from ICIB, and all the other colleagues are from FCT. And here we have our faces, and the contacts are also available in the website. And then another concept also within the pillar 2 is the partnerships. And here in the partnerships, we have 3 kinds of partnerships. The institutionalized partnerships are those that are connected with the industry, and they have separate work programs, and the budget comes from the EU commissions through the Horizon Europe, and the private part, normal association of industrial companies. For instance, I'm following the CBE, the Circular Bio-Based Industries European Partnership, and which is a follow-up of the BBI from Horizon 2020. And the combination is the European Commission budget from Cluster 6 and the Bio-Based Industries Consortium that brings €1 billion each. These partnerships also have a separate work program. But they are open for everybody. But if you belong to one of these industrial partnerships, you can be a part of the design of the work program, and so this is a benefit. Of course, you have to pay a fee, but it's useful. And what can be done is association of companies, for instance, can pay a fee, and then all the companies below can benefit, or a university can pay a fee, and all the schools below under this university can benefit from being a partnerships. And the universities are associated partners, so they don't have the same rights normally as the real companies. The other kind of partnerships are the co-fund, and the co-fund are a follow-up of the ERANET type and the European Joint Programming. And these partnerships, the objective is also to involve more the countries and the regions, and they have to put money, and then when they launch calls, the ERANET types of calls, the entities from these countries are paid by the national funding entities. Portugal, for this period, the next period, already indicate commitments for all the partnerships in this new work program, 2023-2024. And so it means that we all can benefit from the different areas, because in fact they were all very interesting. Normally in the work program there are a topic to support the participation in these partnerships, and the most common type of profile to participate in these topics are the funding agencies, or regional or national, because then when they launch calls, it might have the problem of also conflict of interests, and so it's better universities and type of institutions to participate in the calls. And the other type of co-program partnership is the topics are also in the work program, but again developed with industrial associations. But all these partnerships have as a basis for the program, they develop a strategic research and innovation agenda, a SRIA. And then we have this pillar 3, and the pillar 3, I leave, my colleague will speak, will go into details for it, so it's not better just to indicate that there are this pillar. And these are the colleagues in charge of, so you can recognize Ricardo is already there, and we have the coordination of Claudia in this pillar 3. And finally, the pillar 4 is, we call pillar 4, but it's not really a pillar, it's horizontal, and they have here the development and supporting of this widening and strengthening the European research area. But it's here that we can find the twinning actions, the cost actions, the ERANET chairs, and the teaming projects. So these are all in fact, to support this development of the European research area. And these are the two colleagues from FCT that follow up and provide support at national level to this program. And this slide is just to show you the idea of the main type of projects, type of actions they call, covering the TRL scale. And the most common types of projects are the research and innovation actions and the innovation actions. So the innovation actions with less level of research and more close to the market, so higher TRL. CoLABs have the funding of 100%. In addition, they are also coordinated and support actions, but this is not to fund research, more to support studies and this kind of activities, but not really to support. So what it can be funded is all activities related to the project. So only when the project starts you can get funding. So normally the normal type of cost categories is funding here, and the feedback we have is that is much easier to submit to an international project than national ones. And so what kind of opportunities we can find? So is through the work programs. The work program is the document for the success. So now we are in this work program, and the next one will be for the remaining part of so normally the work programs are biannual. The last one will be for 3 years, meaning that the last one also have adjustments, because each work program, now the one that was launched today, will have an update in 1 year. So for the 2024, in this moment, they cannot be definitely the last version of the topics that are now. In this topic, so each topic is a huge document. You can find in the Funding and Tenders portal. We have the main part. We have an introduction. We have one chapter per each program, and then you have annex, general annex. We recommend to read everything because they are messages that are in one part and not in the other part. The same for one work program. They are interesting aspects at the introduction, which you cannot find elsewhere, so if you go directly to the topic. So although you can read the topic directly in the Funding and Tenders portal, we recommend to read the PDF of the whole work program. But just for you to have an idea, for Cluster 6, we have almost 600 pages in this work program. So we cannot know by heart everything. So this was just to have an idea of the calendar of the preparation of this work program that was launched today. This slide today makes no difference. When I sent the slides, it was where to find the draft work programs, PEP publication, but today they are already in the Funding and Tenders portal, the last version. You probably know the new terminology of Horizon Europe. So in the cluster, in the pillar 2, we have the cluster, the thematic clusters. We have inside each cluster, we have the destinations. One destination is a group of activities with topics. Again, at the beginning of each destination, it's describe the general objective and the impacts. So you have to read this in order to reply to when you submit a proposal to a topic. We want to leave this message that each word counts, so we have to read and analyze very carefully the work program, because sometimes if we neglect one part, one sentence, one word, the competition is quite high. There are topics sometimes for just one project, so it's very important that we respect and we reply to everything that is asked in the work program, and also to use the template. Templates are available, and it's very important to read the templates. Have also below a sentence explaining what is expected in each part of the template, so it's very important to follow. This is the process. So starting from the submission platform, of course, we need to build a consortium for this kind of projects. We have to read the work programs. We have to write the proposals, and then we submit in the platform. The submission and the management of the projects, everything is done in the platform. This is just because one of the questions we get most of the time is about partnerships, where to find partnerships. Of course, the first step is to go with our known partners, with our clients, with our natural collaborators, with those we already work with, because we have to have in mind that we are going to work together for 3-5 years in the project. So we need to ensure that everything will work properly, and by the end of the day we will have a project with results and impact. The Commission doesn't want to have the money waste, so we want to use and to have impact with the results. And something that we see that more and more, that social links are used also to look for partnerships. So the partnerships you can find also in the Funding and Tenders portal when the topics are published there. They are a special place where you can put your profile or look for the other profile. You can also check the experience of this institution in previous projects, because all this is indicated. But explore also, don't forget that the social media nowadays are also very used to LinkedIn, Twitter, so don't forget also to explore this. So this is the Funding and Tenders portal where you can find all the information. You can filter, you can also look for special features like social science, international cooperation. So it's very user-friendly. But again, if you have problems, you can always contact us, national contact points. Many of you already do this, so we are very much all welcome. The Commission is organizing info days. There's one missing here, which is the EIC, that also takes place next week on the 13th of December. all these brokerage, the info days will stay online, so everything is online, so you can also either watch it directly or later on, but when you watch directly, you can ask questions. So this is something that is an advantage. Just some novelties, so lump sum proposals. It was already used as a pilot, but the Commission wants to use more and more and this type, also for facility on the reporting. You can, between 20 and 25% of the current topics published today are using this lump sum system, and there are lots of material available. The Commission already did some training, so you have to look to the template is the same, but the number of pages are different compared to the other. You have to use a table, a specific table, to explain the budget, and this is part of will be part of the evaluation by the experts, independent experts. Another novelty is the blind evaluation, which will be used for all two-stage proposals. So two-stage proposals are those that are submitted in 2 steps. The first step, just 10 pages, and only those that attain the minimum threshold will be invited to submit a full proposal. So in the first step, the evaluators will not see the part A of the proposals, and so they will not know who is behind, which institutions are behind. So this is going to be a pilot. But if you, by mistake, you leave an acronym of like CoLAB for food or something like that, and then the evaluator, is there an evaluator that knows the CoLAB, and then you are out of. So please pay attention to this. This is indicated on the table, like the lump sum on the table. At the beginning of each topic, there's a table with the main important message to take into account, and one of them is this. So don't forget to this. So this is again a slide about the key facts. So the slides will be shared, I believe. So you will have here more information about all this process. We also decided to bring this slide just for you to give an idea about how we are performing. So the data are from end of October, and we can see here the submissions and the proposals, the participation in the Horizon 2020, the first 2 years and the first 2 years of Horizon Europe. But on the Horizon Europe, there are some results still missing, because there are calls 2022 that were already just closed, for Cluster 3, for instance, security. And they are the two-stage part of the proposals that were submitted in September, and the results are expected now in December. So they are not here included. But as you can see, we have less proposals submitted, but we have, by the end, we have more money. And the funding rate, the returning rate is also better in Horizon Europe, so which means that we are bringing more money so far to our country. Now we are already at the same time looking to the future, so the process for preparation of the work program uses this new process of strategic planning, and the strategic planning for the first 4 years is finalized already, so under this work program. And now the Commission is starting the process for 2025-2027. And this was launched in the Research Innovation Days end of September, and it will finish in the first quarter of 2024. And it's open in this moment for 12 weeks, so it was open on the 1st of December, this public consultation. We invite all of you to reply. You can reply in English, German, and French, and you can reply you can read in 3 languages, and you can reply in any language, being that it's better always to reply in English, of course. So we invite all of you to reply to this public consultation, because it's the opportunity to share your experience, your problems, and suggestions to improve the next programming for the 3 remaining work programs of Horizon Europe. And the 2 last messages from my side are that we have this group we use in Portugal is a platform we use to interact with the national community, so passing information and consulting you. And you know that we at ANI, we use a lot the CoLABs to consult in the, each time the Commission consults us as national representatives, we consult also the CoLABs. So we appreciate those that reply to our answers. We understand that sometimes there's no availability, but please, if you can, try to reply all the time. Timing is very short, but this is the time the Commission also gives to us, so we don't have many time. This is part of the process of the use for us. And we also have contact lists for mailings, thematic mailings. So here are the contact lists from ANI, ICIB, FCT, and PT Space. So we recommend, if you are interested in the programs managed by ANI or by ICIB or by PT Space or FCT, please register, and then you, more or less monthly, you have this kind of message. And if you are not intending to submit the proposals in the current work program, please register as a Commission expert. Maybe some of you already are registered. Use the keywords of the work programs to describe your profile, not others. So, because there are some words that now are more used than the ones that you used in the past to say the same. So please use them in order to get to be selected for funding, for being evaluated. Being evaluated is very interesting. You see is a kind of training in which you get paid, and you can see what makes a good proposal, what makes a bad proposal, and even you can improve and enlarge your networking with the other experts. And you can be invited either to evaluate the proposals to be granted, or a project that is running. So there are steps along the project that need review, and then you can also invite it in this if you register as a Commission expert. And this is really my last message. That is that we NCPs, we also get funds for networking with other NCPs from other countries. So we collaborate a lot. We also look for partners sometimes. If we need partner from another country, we contact our colleagues. And we get training for our work here, and we also produce elements. And these are 3 elements that were produced from us, NCPs, as under one of the projects. The project was called Bridge to Horizon Europe. And they have more material, but this one is very recent, which is the one on the left, which is an annotated template, so it's even better than just a template, in order to highlight the aspects in which you should pay more attention. And it was developed having in mind what is written in evaluation summary reports. So many of us analyze these evaluation summary reports, and then some comments and suggestions and tips are included there. The other one is the glossary. So Horizon Europe brings new type of terms that we should know, and here is to facilitate especially the newcomers. And the other one is about to prepare your profile. So when you go to attend a brokerage event, and at ANI we always say that if you need some support from our side to prepare your pitch, please come to us. But here you have some orientation, some tips also to prepare your profile in order either to submit in the portal or to participate in the brokerage events. And that's it for my side, and I leave the floor to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Ricardo Carvalho, also National Contact Point at ANI. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ricardo Carvalho. I'm a national contact point at the National Innovation Agency. Together with my colleague Maria João, I'm also responsible for all the topics regarding the Cluster 6 under the Pillar 2, and also the Pathfinder instrument, which is part of the European Innovation Council under the Pillar 3 of the Horizon Europe. So today I'm here to give you a brief description of many opportunities and instruments that are part of the Pillar 3. And of course, since I have very limited time, I'll only be able to provide you a very high-level details of these instruments. But of course, I will talk in a little more detail about the European Innovation Council, since it's part of my job. But anyway, if you have any doubts or questions, specific questions, you can make these questions directed to my colleagues that are responsible for these thematics, or you can just drop your questions by email to me and I will forward to them. So, as the name suggests, Pillar 3 is the Innovative Europe. So it aims to provide the transition from the development to innovation through a large-scale validation of emerging technologies. As you can see, there are a large variety of initiatives and funding opportunities located inside the Pillar 3. For example, the European Innovation Council, European Institute of Innovation and Technology, European Innovation Ecosystems, among any other initiatives, for example, the networks, the Enterprise Europe Network and the Eureka Network, which I will talk about later. But first, let's talk about the European Innovation Council. So this is an ecosystem which aims to create innovation, open new markets by leveraging lower TRLs. It also aims to support the growth of small and medium enterprises and startups. It also supports, tries to attract more private sector investment, promote entrepreneurship, and promote better access to innovation. So this program, also called the Unicorn Factory, aims to leverage lower TRLs of novel and disruptive technology. For example, the deep tech. We have some examples. For example, robotics and AI, photonics, bio-inspired bots, microelectronics, bio-based products, quantum tech. There are a large variety of different technologies that can be classified as novel or disruptive technologies. In fact, this is the main key for this funding program, the EIC. According to the maturity level of the TRLs for these developments of novel technology, you can divide this program into three main instruments. The first one is the Pathfinder, which aims to create the development of the basis of a novel technology, and this corresponds to a TRL up to 4, which is a validation of a proof of concept. Then we have the transition instrument, which aims to provide the transition from the scientific development to an innovation and open the way to put an innovative product on the market. This corresponds to TRL between 5 and 6. And finally, we have the accelerator instrument, which aims to support small and medium enterprises and startups putting their innovative products on the market by providing them high risk level fundings. So as you can see, this ecosystem supports the whole life of the development in terms of disruptive technology, from lower TRLs to a product to be ready on the market. In terms of target entities, as I told before, this includes small and medium enterprises, startups, but since we are working on lower TRLs, it also includes universities and research centers. So let's begin first with the Pathfinder instrument. First, for these 3 instruments, there are 2 types of calls that occurs annually. The open calls, in which you can submit your proposal from any kind of topic or thematic, so there are no restrictions. And you have the challenge-driven call, in which you need to fit your proposal according to predefined thematics or topics that are also considered strategic and priority under the strategic work program of the Horizon Europe. So according to preliminary information, and I'm saying this because many of the work programs were already published today, but the EIC is not yet published. It will be published tomorrow. So according to preliminary information, and we have obtained this information from the draft publication that is already online. You can check on the QR code. For the Pathfinder and for the open calls, so that the maximum budget for each project for the open calls will be 3 million euros, and for the challenge-driven it will be 4 million euros. And regarding the deadlines for the next year, for the open calls, the next deadline will be on 7th of March, and regarding the challenge-driven will be on 18th of October. An additional note regarding the number of partners in terms of a consortium. So for the open calls, the minimum number of partners is 3. And there are some limitations. In this case, all the 3 partners need to belong to a different country, and one of the countries needs to be a member state, and the other 2 countries can be associated countries or member states as well. Regarding the, and above that number, there are no restrictions. So above 3, there are no restrictions. Regarding the challenge-driven calls, since this challenge contains a specific, contains its own rules and its own work program, so the minimum number to create a consortium can vary. It can be only 1, it can be 2 or 3 or more. So regarding the open and the challenge for the Pathfinder instrument, the target entities that can participate are mainly small medium enterprises, as I said, startups, and of course research centers and universities. Regarding the challenge-driven, again, this preliminary information. So we expect to work on 5 different challenges from different topics and thematics, beginning with the clean and efficient cooling. Then we have the architecture, engineering, construction, and digitalization. We have a topic regarding the healthcare thematics. In this case, it will be the precision nutrition. We have a topic regarding microelectronics, the responsible electronics, and the first ever topic regarding space technologies. In this case, it's in-space solar energy harvesting for innovative space applications. And now moving to the transition instruments, again, which aims to provide a transition from the scientific development to an innovation, leveraging lower TRLs from 4 to 5 or 6, from Pathfinder instrument, or also from projects from H2020, ERC proof of concept project, for example, it also includes. In terms of target entities, they remain the same. So universities, research centers, and also the small and medium enterprises and startups. Regarding the calls, we have 2 calls again, open calls and challenge-driven calls. According to preliminary information, the maximum budget for each project is expected to be 2.5 million euros. For this case, we have 2 different deadlines for the next year, 12th of April and 27th of September. In terms of challenge, for this case, we expect to have 3 different challenges for different thematics. The full-scale micro-nanobio devices for medical research applications, a topic related with environmental intelligence, and the chip-scale frequency, optical frequency. Moving to the accelerator, then, which aims to support the small and medium enterprises and startups to put their innovative products on the market, creating new markets or disrupting the existing ones. So as you can see this, the target entities are the small and medium enterprises and startups, which is focused on higher TRLs. Regarding some preliminary information for the open and for the challenge, and regarding specifically the technology development, the maximum budget expected is 2.5 million euros for each project. Regarding the scaling up in other activities, is expected a maximum amount of 15 million euros for each project. For these calls, you can divide it into 3 different phases or stages. The first one is the short applications or the remote evaluation. And this call is open continuously through the year, so you can submit your proposal with no restrictions at all. After that, you have the full proposal submission. And for that, you have different cutoff dates for the next year. And regarding the open calls, you have 4 different cutoff dates. And for the challenge-driven, you will have 3 expected different cutoff dates. And finally, if everything goes well, you go to the 3rd stage and to the last step, which consists on a face-to-face interview with the EIC jury. Again, we expect to work on 2 different challenges for the next 2 years. One regarding the cancer treatment, which will be a novel biomarker-based assays to guide personalized cancer treatment. And we have another focused on pandemic management, which will be aerosol and surface discontamination for pandemic management. An additional information, so regarding the EIC, the Info Day will occur on 13th of December. It will be online. You can register now on the European Commission website, and you can see that Info Day that will be focused on the work program for the next 2 years. If you have any doubts or questions, you can contact me directly regarding this program, or you can contact one of my colleagues. We'll be happy to clarify all of your doubts or questions, or also support you promoting your submission, no matter on what type of instrument you are working with. Moving to another funding opportunity, we have the European Innovation Ecosystems. So they aim to create more connected, inclusive and efficient innovation ecosystems that support the scaling of companies and spur innovation to address important challenges. So they support and they give complementary to the current European ecosystems. As I said, European Innovation Council, European Institute of Innovation Technology, Enterprise Europe network. The total budget expected for the next year will be approximately 100 million euros. In here we can see 5 different initiatives that are part of this European Innovation Ecosystem. The first one, European Partnership on Innovative Small and Medium Enterprises, with the deadline on 22nd of March, is expected to have a total budget of 71 million euros. And the second and the third initiatives will have the same deadline, so one day after the first, on 23rd of March. So the second, Organization of Women Tech U scheme, is expected to have a total budget of 15 million euros. And the third, the preparatory actions for joint programs, is expected to have a total budget of approximately 6 million euros. And finally, the last 2 initiatives will occur on the same deadline, 21st of September. They both will have the same maximum amount of budget of 4 million euros. So for the stimulating experimentation practices and specialist advisory to build capacities on innovation procurement. You can get more detailed information regarding each one of these initiatives and also the open calls in terms of innovation. You can check the QR code and you go directly to the international webpage of the European Innovation Ecosystems. You can also get personalized help. You can contact directly my colleague Claudia Azevedo. She's one of the main responsibles for these ecosystems, and she will be happy to clarify you and provide you more detailed information. Moving to the third opportunity, the European Institute of Innovation Technology, the EIT. So it supports the 3 main pillars for the pathway of innovation, which is the research pillar, and it includes innovation projects for partners, consortiums. It includes prizes and also networking events. It is fully supported by the research centers. Then we have the education pillar, which comprises master and PhD studies, professional trainings, and summer schools. And it's, as expected, it's fully supported by universities. And finally, we have the third pillar, the business pillar, which is expected to be supported by companies, in which includes activities like hackathons, pitch competitions, incubation, investment rounds, and also networking events. So the EIC comprises a large variety of activities from different topics or thematics, or even in calls regarding innovation. They also cross-link activities with clusters under the Pillar 2. So as you can see, there are a large variety of topics and thematics in terms of climate, digital, food, energy, raw materials, and even the urban mobility. You can check more detailed information about the open calls that are already open, and about all the other initiatives for different thematics. You can check the QR code, the international version, and the translated version on our website. You can also contact directly my colleague Alexandre Marques, one of the main responsible for this funding program, and he can clarify you and can provide you more detailed information. Moving to the Eureka, so the Eureka network is the world's largest public network for international cooperation and R&D innovation, and it contains members from 42 countries, plus the European Commission. It contains a partner country, which is South Korea, and 5 associated countries, Argentina, Canada, Chile, Singapore, and South Africa. In terms of the Eureka programs, currently there are 5 Eureka programs. I think most of them you have also heard about of. The Eureka network projects, which consists on R&D projects with consortium with at least 2 Eureka countries. The Eureka clusters, which is focused on a larger R&D consortium. In this case, we have 4 different clusters covering the industrial value chain, for example, Celtic Nest, ITEA, Eurogia. Then we have the investment readiness program, which is pointed out to startups, mainly in terms of international missions and activities with large enterprises. Then we have the Global Stars, which is focused on R&D projects with Eureka countries and third countries. And finally, the Eurostars 3, which englobes international R&D projects, but in this case, they are led by an innovative small and medium enterprise. You can check for more opportunities under the Eureka network, and also specific information for each one of these programs on this QR code. Now, I would like just to briefly talk about what are the main steps about the Eureka funding mechanism for the Portuguese entities. So the first step is you need to fit within the priority area of research and innovation strategy for smarter specialization. After that, you need to prove evidence of project approval under a Horizon program, so the well-known Eureka seal. The national component of the European project will only be funding if the investments of the international co-promoters will also be carried out. Another important point is that the consortium needs to contain at least one Portuguese company. And finally, all the partners and all the participants need to guarantee a good balance between economic and financial situation. You can contact directly the team, Team Eureka, which contains many of my colleagues, Rita Silva, João Ferreira, Margarida Oliveira, and Paulina Pereira, and they can share more detailed information and also help you to find, according to your ideas and projects, what will be the specific call that is currently open and that best suits your needs. Finally, I will talk about the Enterprise Europe network. So this network aims to support small and medium enterprises with international ambitions. This network is currently in 65 countries, and it contains 3,000 experts from more than 600 member organizations. And this network gives advices on international growth, business innovation. They also helps to fill the gap between the scientific community and the companies, helping them to put the innovative products on the market. Their services are free, and they aim to create a pathway for innovation. They also help you to find and match according to your ideas and projects and according to the available funding opportunities that are currently open. And finally, they are also responsible for creating personalized training sessions for the community. You can check more detailed information on the EEN website. You can also check this online database on the second QR code. So you can look for European partners all around Europe from different thematics that are available to create a consortium. So we can look for if any partner is interested to be inside the specific consortium of a different thematic. So yes, you can also check for some personalized help. You can contact my colleague Bibiana Dantes, and she'll be happy to clarify all of your doubts and also help you to identify some entrepreneurship and some help you to give you some advices in terms of the enterprise network. Finally, I think my colleague Maria João also talked about that, but I think it's important to highlight this. You can get access to our portal, online portal GNAD, which contains many draft versions of documents that are pre-published by the European Commission. It's quite good for our community because you can get access, early access to some documents, for example, work programs for the next 2 years. And it also helps us to work directly with the European Commission in trying to captivate more specific thematics for our country. And finally, you can get registered on our newsletter to get informed of all initiatives, goals, and topics from the Horizon Europe. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now begin the next pitching session and discussion. And for the first pitch, I call Build CoLAB.
Well, good afternoon to you all. So it's with great pleasure that I'm here today, presenting again Build CoLAB to some of you and also refreshing some of you of what we're doing right now. First of all, I would like to thank Annie for the opportunity of this event. It's quite important for us to meet at least annually, and also to thank the tribute that was done this morning with 1 minute of silence for our colleague Paulo Fonseca that was deceased this year. But going forward, which is our idea right now, so the idea here is to do a brief introduction of Build CoLAB, so to refresh the knowledge of what we are doing, also to focus on the key activities that we have been doing this last 1 year, I would say, and of course to project what we'll be doing in the future, hence the presentation name. So Build CoLAB is the collaborative laboratory that is handling construction, that is facing the difficult task of trying to do the digital transition and the sustainable transition in construction, the so-called twin transition. And you all know that construction is a difficult sector to be in because it's quite conservative, but so far we can report that we are having a few signs that we are being successful. So these are the areas that we are developing. So we have divided our research teams into these 5 key areas, which typically describe well the construction challenges that we have. Inside of each of these areas, we are struggling with some challenges, specific challenges, which are typically the transition from fundamental research to applied research, that we have been successful in some of these areas. I would also like to focus the emphasis that we are having in, I would say, not so profitable areas such as standards and digital transition, and of course in sustainability. So we are now working on projects that are somehow focused in providing more value to these areas in more specific. So what are we doing to change construction? So these are projects that we are doing with some of our customers right now, some of our partners, some of our associates. We have partners from all the stakeholders of the AEC sector, from large construction companies such as Teixeira Duarte and Motengil, to project companies such as A400 and many other companies from the industry and also from knowledge centers such as universities. And we are developing this important project that we hope that will change construction. It will revolutionize construction, which will provide many tools for everyone to be using in construction in the next few years. This project will be ending in mid-2023. Another important project is the future of construction. This project is very much focused in establishing what will be looking at the next few years. Construction has always been seen something as, if you don't study, you will go to construction, right? So we want to change that. We want to change that by providing more attractive professions, more jobs that people will try to look and try to go for construction. So young people, we're developing tools for that, an attractive website with videos and with a platform for e-learning. Well, the idea is to provide a wide range of things that will support this new rules for construction that we hope that will be successful in that. And of course, a very important part of our job in the last year was the action plan for circularity in construction. We are working with Fundo Ambiental and the Environmental Portuguese Agency to provide this, because we know that construction is responsible for, well, some sustainability concerns, I would say. So just an idea of 35% of all the waste is probably related with construction nowadays, so we need to address that if we want to be sustainable. For those who are interested in knowing more, you can always check our strategy and progress report that is available in our website. Then you will see what we are trying to do. Well, the fancy stuff is there, not of course in this 3-minute presentation. So what are the challenges for the future? So we need to complete that project that I mentioned earlier, Revolution at Construction, and of course to exploit their results. It's not just about doing projects and executing financially the project, it's about capturing and the value and try to exploit tools and everything that comes from the project. So this is our key strategy right now, that's why it's in first place. The circular strategy needs bootstrapping, so it's not about just designing a plan, it's about taking actions so that that plan can be executed somehow. For that, we are working with Fundamental and with the National Environmental Agency and with all the professional associations from the sector. We will also manage Digital Build, which is an European digital innovation hub, a big achievement for us. We had the international, the European recognition of that, so we need to bootstrap that together also with, to continue the applied research that we are doing in digital transition for construction, and to exploit even more software developments. We need to start licensing software and providing software to the companies of construction. Service provisions, I'm thinking that you're all thinking about that too, right? Because we need to have that 1/3 that is important for us. We are already working on that. We have been so far successful in this, but I think the companies are expecting the next PT 2030 to have more money in their pockets so that they can somehow to contract us and to hire us for that. I'm saying, okay. So the SMEs market is also quite important for us. We've been, well, accused of always looking at the big companies because they somehow have more impact in what we are doing. We need to start looking at small companies, SMEs. And finally, we aim to develop our first spin-off company. We are working concretely on that and try to create that important part of our mission. So I thank you all for the attention. And if you have any information or question, please feel free to approach us. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. We would like to remember that each CoLAB has only 3 minutes to present. So giving this, I would like to call CoLAB.
Hello, good evening to everybody. I would like to thank Annie for this invitation and also send the greetings of Filipe Figueiredo, co-CEO for Innovation, and our President João Nunes. They are now in Rwanda for the World Forum for Circular Economy. So let me try to explain in 3 minutes what we are doing here. So our key activities result from our mission, that is to support the transition towards circular economy. So we are developing and transfer technologies. We already submitted 2 patents. We are now with 33 R&D projects. We are also developing 11 new products and services. And we are also co-promoting of Portuguese incubator network for circular economy entrepreneurship. And a second point of our mission is to create high qualified scientific jobs. We start with 11 collaborators. We are now about 35, and we hope by the end of January to be much more. And also last year, this year, we dedicate to internationalization of CoLAB. So we signed an agreement with African and Latin American entities that result, for example, in participation now in this World Forum. Also, we are responsible for leading one agenda for circular economy with more than 50 entities from 40 countries. And we are also integrate the business and innovation network that is very important for our activities. So also we integrate 3 cost actions. About funding, we think we are quite successful, and we are expanding our services. That is very important in terms of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 model. And we also get already funding for the second period. This is some examples of projects. We have FLUI, Berinov, that are related with packaging of food. We also start up SIM and WinBio related more with the capacity of companies and also to study the urban metabolism. And I would like also to highlight the PRR, this mobilizing agenda, circular tech. So we are also integrate different networks. We are responsible, for example, for Portuguese Strategic Research Network on circular economy. And there is some ideas for the next period. So continue to leading and coordinating the circular economy actions in Portugal, also developing innovative products to create a dynamics research and innovation with CoLAB associates. This is very important. Representing and improve the presence of Portugal at international levels. Make the bridge between society and circular economy model, and creating dynamics for raising private funds and companies' investment. For other questions, please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, CoLAB Vines and Wines.
Good afternoon. So, 3 minutes. Well, I'm from CoLAB Vines and Wines, which is a CoLAB that was founded within the framework of an association with 40 years old, alongside the R&D tissue and many producers. We are in a low demographic density region in Villarreal in the north, and we have a team of highly qualified human resources in 2019. The mission of these people is to increase the competitiveness of the Portuguese wine, to increase the exports value, while maintaining sustainability, while maintaining the resilience, which is even more and more important. We have 165 associates from companies. We have 9 entities from the R&D system, 2 certifying entities, and 12 service suppliers, and they are increasing, and mostly due to the producers that are also entry as associates. Our capabilities are demonstrated by activities, and we have an integrated approach of trying to shorten the gap between academia and between the producers with a multi-actor approach involving both producers, R&D tissue, as well as manufacturers. This is meant to create critical mass to tackle the issues that we are feeling, which is one of the most important work that we have done. These challenges have to do with the lack of manpower and low productivity, increased costs, as well as climate change impact, which is quite a global challenge. Well, running out of time, so key achievements, it was the allocation of 1 million in competitive funding, besides the mission interface for we to survive, and 3 services that already having revenue, which is the preparation of sustainability plans, measuring of hydric stress, and CFID, preparation of cost to CFID. We have also 14 projects undergoing, and have as well doing our own research, which is devoted to problems that are actually felt by the producers, which is our main purpose. And so, going on, one of the things that we are doing is to develop our technology to tackle issues that we are feeling. In this case, we have a system that we are developing a network of sensors to map the hydric stress in a vineyard, and another system which is devoted to collect images to evaluate the size of the grape, which has been developed to tackle the issue that we feel with an important grape variety, and that we are developing, and this is research funded by the CoLAB itself. Then we have, in these 2 years, all the numbers that I presented are respected just to 2021 and 2022. We have 3 prizes, 2 in 2021, 1 award by VDP, which has to do with our work in the maintenance of the grape varieties, mainly Portuguese. Another Vida Rural award IDIC Marca to Project Sustain Wine, which has to do with sustainable practices. And another prize in 2002 from Crédito Agrícola, given to Project Rewind, which is devoted to circular economy, and perhaps that's why we are in this panel. And this was our awards, and that's all. Cheers. Just 70 seconds.
And next CoLAB presenting is C5 Lab.
So, good afternoon to all of you.
And once again, thank you very much to Annie to keep these initiatives. And I'm going to make my presentation on C5 Lab. C5 Lab, as all of you know, is a special CoLAB, which is very dedicated to the decarbonization of the industry in general and the cement industry in particular. We are focused in three main areas. The first one is the carbon capture and utilization and its storage. The second one is energy transition and efficiency. And the third one is novel cementitious materials and innovation in construction. We have 5 associates, which are the 2 main Portuguese cement companies, Simpor and Cecil, IST, Lanec, and ATIC, which is the Portuguese Technical Cement Association. I cannot describe you here all our main achievements related to our key activities. I'm just going to highlight 1 or 2, which are quite important for us. So, related to the carbon capture, I can announce you that we are ready to start calcium-looping demonstrated plant studies, which is quite important for all these studies. The carbon use, we are there. Development of low-carbon cements, finally, yes. And low environmental footprint concretes, and here a very important achievement, which is the first industrial production of ready mixed concrete with recycled aggregates. And we also have a key activity, which is life cycle assessment for the cement industry. Related to the TRLs, where we are with these key activities, in terms of carbon capture and carbon use, TRLs 4 and 5, but here with our research, we can achieve a contribution of 41% reduction in terms of CO2. With our low carbon cement development, here we are at TRL 9, and we can achieve 21% CO2 reduction, according with the Portuguese roadmap for the cement industry reduction, and also in terms of low environmental footprint concretes, we are at the TRL 8 with a 16% CO2 reduction. In terms of funding applications, we'd like to have a 100% success story, but as most of you, we tried a lot. We have here some non-approved. If I try to list all non-approved projects that we tried, could be 3 or 4 slides. I just highlight here a couple of them, but I highlight also the approved projects we have, and we can announce we have 6.3 million euros of funding approved. In terms of our key competences and activities, yes, we are life cycle assessment and environmental product declarations. This is one of our key activities, and we are providing services not just for the cement industry, but for our other industries. Strategies definition in terms of carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Industrial modeling and simulation for carbon emissions reduction, interactive digital platforms for urban modeling, alternative sustainable materials development, materials physical and chemical characterization, construction and demolition wastes as high quality aggregates for mortar and concrete valorization, and recycle aggregates concrete. And our target markets, as I mentioned to you, our main target market, in fact, is the cement and concrete industry, but we also have other target markets such as the construction and demolition waste plants, construction materials manufacturers, policymakers, municipalities, chemical industry in general, polymer producers, and mining companies and steel industry. So we try to provide services to a large broad of other industries. And for that, please contact us. You have our LinkedIn, Facebook, website, and our email. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And the last presentation will be from the CoLAB More.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll take profit of this time before my slide deck is on to mention a very important name, which is the name of the former minister. It's a lady. Manuel Litor, whose vision, together with the work of everybody here and the huge effort, brings us here today. MORE is a collaborative laboratory that is focused on the regional development and on specifics of mountain territories of Portugal, but also Southern European countries, the Mediterranean territories. And to be short, I'd like to present some of the main figures that we have. So far, we have 49 people. We started in 2019 with a team of 21, so the team has grown based on the projects. We have 28 projects that are either completed or still running, with a total investment financing of almost 12 million euros, and that means that we were able to leverage about 42 million euros for all the consortia where we have participated. Regarding service contracts, since 2019, we've been able to achieve 27 contracts with a total turnover of 400,000 euros. This is a small number. This is an issue. This is an opportunity. This is a challenge. This is something that we want to work and intensify in the coming years and months and weeks. Regarding the diversification, you can see that most of our projects, competitive projects, are from the national P2020 program, and that means that all of them are, or practically all of them, involve companies. We want to provide this opportunity to innovate with companies. This success, obviously, is due to our team that I would like to acknowledge right now if they see us online, but also to all the consortia partners, our associates, but also to our colleagues, our collaborative laboratories that make part of this network. This is not a wish, this is a real result. So it means that with these institutions we have participated either in proposals, or we are participating in real projects, or we are a client, or we are a supplier. Okay, so this is very important. And we see that MORE is in the middle of the figure, but in some cases, obviously, our partners are the main institutions. Okay, we maintain our strategic positioning. We have these 5 action areas, and we have 6 groups that work in a multidisciplinary way on implementing those projects. Actually, we think that multidisciplinarity, together with the ability to work with external partners, is one of our forces. In the coming times, you see that we have 320 partners. We have some international projects that are going to allow us to, first, to project more in our ecosystem. Second, to project the results that are coming out from the projects that will finish in the middle of next year, and also to be able to create new cooperation opportunities. So internationalization and the business and the intensification of business activity is our priority. So our inspiration is clearly regional, but our aspiration is clearly international. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For discussion, I invite now each CoLAB to sit in the stage, and I present the moderator João Borga, member of the board of ANI, to moderate the session. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. Wonderful exercise. And thank you for respecting the time, which I know it's tough. 3 minutes to present the institution is tough. So, circular economy. I took some notes, and one of the things that amazes me more is that every year around August, I get a notification on my news saying that we've wasted all the resources that we had the right for that year. More or less on the same time, I think for myself that I can buy cheaper products that are mass-made and waste much more than I can buy a product from circular economy. So I'm penalized for behaving well, and I'm every year warned that earlier and earlier we have spent more of the resources on our planet. I do not believe we will solve this issue doing things normally. So I think we need something that we call innovation, a change. And I think our next conversation is going to be about this, about how can new business models and how can innovation can change the perspective of the future in the world in terms of circular economy. So I would start by asking a question to Alex. How can circular economy help to create the resilient business models of the future? And will them be disruptive, or will there be changes of the current business models?
I would say that it should be a combination of both. There will be some iterative innovations and some of the disruptive innovations. And to give you an idea of something that we are working on the ground right now is an issue, is a challenge of what to do with the olive pomace, and it's a big environmental problem, it's a big economic problem, and that results in a big social problem. And we have several projects in order to valorize that olive pomace and turn it into a product, or to use it for animal feed or something like this. And besides all, it becomes economically viable for the companies to change the way they treat this residue and turn it into a sub-product for their own profit, for their own also for the reduction of their environmental impact. So.
Okay, so I'm from the agriculture sector, mainly viticulture, which is inherently circular. In the past, all the byproducts, everything was taken advantage of, was put on the soil to increase the crops, and this was a little bit abandoned due to intensification. And we have two things. First, we came a little bit back to recover some of the old habits, but on the other side we have economic sustainability, and intensification was due to the maintenance of such sustainability. So we have a very, very critical balance where we on one side have to take advantage of our heritage, our circular heritage, and of the intensification that allows the activity to be sustainable and the territory to be occupied, because otherwise the territory will be abandoned and the desertification will be even harder than some damage that may be put to the matrix. Soil and water, that is our metrics. And thus, I think that actually there has to be innovation, certainly, to increase the improvement of the ways in such, the ways in that these byproducts can be used, or byproducts, or just the management of the inputs. But in the other side, it has to be an evaluation, a thorough evaluation of the benefits and the costs of each process has to be conducted in order to perceive if the innovations that we are doing, if they will fit sustainability in all three axes: social, economic, and environmental.
In our case, C5 Lab, in fact, we are looking forward to be circular in all the value chain of the process, from the raw materials, cement production, concrete production, construction, and demolition, and then recycle all of this. Our main goal is to have 100%, if possible, alternative raw materials and alternative fuels for our process. That means not just as main input, but also as subsidiary products. One of the examples I gave to you was to produce ready mix with 100% recycled aggregates. That's one of our achievements we have in this moment, but we have many others. Others are related not just with the construction and demolition wastes, but also with the CO2 recycling. That means the CO2 we still emit make other products, other raw materials for other industries, but also for our industry. Our main, let's say, difficulty in this moment is not the process itself or how to make it. No, it's not that. It's in Portugal, the availability of all these wastes, all these residues, all these alternative raw materials and fuels.
Thank you. So, again, answering to your question more concretely, well, about innovation, yeah. I think that creating a value from knowledge, I think that's the key idea here of trying to somehow to balance that equation that you mentioned. So, sure, it's quite easy to talk about sustainability, but when that costs you, when it goes to your pocket, then you start thinking about it, and when it changes your quality of living. And we, unfortunately, are now in the verge of trying to understand what can we actually do without really having a step in change, which is always difficult and always disruptive. But when we think about construction, and I guess that I'll be representing construction in this conversation, the key issue here is that we are almost every time in something that is being constructed. Look, we are now in a building. We spend 90% of our time in buildings and the rest of it in sidewalks and in roads. And everything that we are doing and that we are staying, we love to have this very well climate in Algarve, of course, but in a room that probably has air conditioning, in a room that was built with maybe not so sustainable materials and with comfort seats and everything. But when we start thinking about having comfortable seats or very sustainable materials, then everything changes. And of course, it's about innovation. It's about creating materials that are sustainable and doing hard things, not the things that are easy, that typically use fossil fuels and materials that somehow are easy to achieve or less expensive. So it's about having this equation of valuing knowledge and creating business opportunities for everyone, so that this transition is not a step but a ramp. And if we consider that the design phases of a building pretty similar to what we were just talking about, we have the project typically, then we have the construction, and then we have the operation phase, and then we have the demolition phase. And in all those phases of the built environment, we need to start thinking about sustainability. And it will no longer be an option. It will have to be something that we really need to start endorsing, and maybe at the political level. That, of course, brings another issues, but I think that only when the political side will somehow endorse and enforce that type of behavior, that I think that we will be able to start changing, unfortunately.
Thank you for your question. I think we talk about valorization of waste, but I think the first thing that we need to think is how to avoid this waste, and maybe start not using the raw materials. So, and think in all life cycle and the end of the product, what happened at the end. So this idea of circular economy, that at the end we don't have a residue, but that can be integrated again in the economy. So this circular flow of materials and energy is very important. And maybe I can introduce another point, that is the society and the acceptance of society and the regulation, because it's very important. So we need indeed, I think the most innovative disruption that we can have is the change of mentality, of thinking about our society. So if we are able to do that, after we will see the results.
So I completely agree with what you're saying. One of the things that still today amazes me is that we accepted life value of products. So products are not manufactured to last; they manufacture so we can borrow them for a couple of years and then they go to landfill, which is something that still today amazes me. I have a couple more questions, so I'll try to skim through them with you. So we have a lot of other entities that do innovation and in the room, and as specialists more in this area, I would like to ask you two questions very quickly, so we can go through for the next one. The first one is that where do you see the opportunities in terms of circular economy emerging daily on what you're working? And the second one is where do you can collaborate within this scope with other CoLABs? I know, tough questions to answer quickly, so let's be honest.
Well, we are working with different value chains, from forestry to construction to urban residues. So indeed, our activity is very transversal to all the economic sector, and we are very pleased to work with you, with all the CoLABs and all the entities here present. So,
thank you. I look forward to it. And answering to your question directly, I would say that opportunities in business models probably can be around optimization, which is a nice trade-off. So you handle, well, innovation in one hand, but it doesn't cost you because it will save you money being more efficient. I think that's a good business model. At least we are hoping it is, because it's mainly our bet right now. Another business opportunity will probably be eco-design. So companies often approach us with the will of having some kind of tool that help them decide sensitivity analysis, like what if I change this, how much will it cost me, and what's going to be my, let's say, the sustainability gain in that solution. So what can I adjust? They don't want to change everything because they can't. It's a step change, like I mentioned earlier. So eco-design, working with companies, working with stakeholders to change little things and to see how it will affect the outcome. Digitally speaking, efficiently speaking, and sustainably speaking. I think that's going to be a huge opportunity. And of course, as I think that you also mentioned, waste. Construction generates a lot of waste. 35% of the waste, at least approximately, is being the result of construction. And because of that, it will also constitute opportunity of reducing the amount of raw materials that will be using this. Considering a cooperation with other CoLABs, we are a vertical CoLAB. So all the CoLABs that are working in horizontal skills or in some kind of technology, specific technology, are welcome to collaborate with us. And construction is a very interesting sector, so please feel free to. I will look forward to it.
Thank you very much. In terms of a circular economy and the design of the products, I perfectly agree with my colleagues here. They mentioned, and I even consider, furthermore, that when we design a new product, that that product should design in terms of what we will do with this product and with these materials when the life of this product ends. And at the same time, we should have a solution an industrial solution, that's most of the cases, for each one of the actual products and materials we consume. In fact, most of our products in nowadays, fortunately, when we discuss about steels or metals in general, glass, whatever, paper, they can be 100% recycled. Construction and demolition work, that's what I'm more interested, as here the colleague mentioned, today is not yet a reality. We still don't have the infrastructures in Portugal in order to produce residues of good quality to be recycled. So in most of the cases, they are just deposited somewhere and they are not recycled. So all these infrastructures that we still don't have in our country should be developed and should be a huge investment on all of this. In that case, everything will become more circular, or let's say 100% circular. That's the goal. And we can save a lot of natural resources. And in that case, the recycled products, as you mentioned, will be much cheaper, and you won't arrive in August, let's say, and say, okay, from now on, the recycled products will be much more expensive. Another thing, due to the characteristics of our CoLAB, all the research we do, all the activities, not just recycling materials, or we have the energy efficiency, we have all the CO2 applications, and we have also new materials we are developing, and we have a huge laboratory infrastructure with our associates. Please join us in our efforts. We are open to collaborate with any CoLAB in this room. And thank you.
Okay, so I think that we are very, very lucky because we have those two winning award projects where we just came to our associates, we came to the industry just to regard which were they doing, which opportunities were, and we collect a lot of stuff that people is doing, they don't have the conscience that they are doing right, but they are actually doing it. We just have to collect all of that. We are now producing a consolidated manual of good practices, circular practices, that we are making available to the sector. And we hope that we will encourage all the players to get in this game. And as well, we also identify shortcomings. And to tackle those shortcomings, we could certainly interact with other CoLABs to use even byproducts for feeding or for other valorization process, but as you told, avoiding the use of raw materials is the best approach. And so I think that we could as well work with another CoLAB to improve the process of management of inputs to avoid their expenditure before they are used. But I have to point another thing, that we have some things to develop. And now, as an example, this energetic crisis led, for instance, the distillery industry to be interested in using some byproducts as energy source. And we have to, this has to do with conscience. And as you told, first of all, we have to make the way for the society to have conscience that there are things that are more important than a short-term improvement.
Okay, I would like just to add two notes. Besides product development using LCA or other tools and considering all these new techniques, important techniques, I'd say that it's also important to look at the process, at the production process, and optimize, because as somebody said, the best energy is the one that we don't spend. And so, usually in process, in production lines, it's possible to optimize it in order to reduce specific energy consumption and also specific waste. Another topic that is very important is to reduce food waste along the value chain. It's a huge problem, but it's a huge opportunity in order to then reduce also the production and production costs and the energy and all the impact that it brings. Besides, so we spoke about product, process, but in services too, sustainable tourism or ecotourism, and all those approaches that minimize the impact are extremely important. And there we have a new CoLAB, right, in the area of tourism. So this is something that they should tackle. I showed you the logos of collaborative laboratories with whom we cooperate, and we look forward to identify this cooperation further.
Gentlemen, 5 minutes delayed. Thank you very much. It was one of the conversation. I would stay to speak with you more about the subject, but we have to give way for the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To talk about CoLAB competences on circular economy, please welcome Luís Ferreira, coordinator at ANI.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and as coordinating this team that developed this work together with you, actually, I'm very happy to join this meeting and to share with you some of the preliminary results of these CoLAB competencies on circular economy. My proposal for today is, after giving you a very short introduction, to give you some insights about the methodology and the results we follow, and at the end we will conclude with some conclusions and reflections and learnings, of course. It's always good to look at the starting point, and we did research trying to find studies that somehow describe mappings of intermediary or infrastructure, technological infrastructures. Actually, we did not find so much. Actually, we found several studies looking for mapping on competencies of companies and guiding companies in the process of transfer or transit to the concept of circular economy. So we decided to follow somehow the approach we did with the technological interface centers, a study that we completed last year and we published. So, I think the slide is not okay. Our motivation and goals. We intend to continuing mapping competencies in circular economy of technological interface structures. Let me give some. And to contribute to disseminate national competencies in circular economy in order to facilitate practices of knowledge transfer and innovation, as we have discussed previously. Our goal for this job was to assess the competencies of collaborative laboratories to assist companies and the society in the transition to circular economy. I think the slide is not. So, talking a little bit about the methodology. You see now the complete roadmap of the competencies of this work. We today we are going to follow just generic analysis about the domains we map, and we will see some richness of competencies in each of the domains, the greater and less weight competencies in each domains. We will look to specifically domains of eco-design and resource efficiency, and we will also focus on the future of what CoLABs intend to develop new competencies. We will not follow so much today the value chains identified as priorities, and also the activities under development to develop new and actual competencies. It's important to look to the milestones we follow. We prepare the questionnaire. All of you, or most of you, were surveyed by this questionnaire. We test this questionnaire with 4 CoLABs. After launching the questionnaire, we meet with all the CoLABs in order to alleviate any deviation or interpretation. We analyze the evidences of each competence, and we interact with all the CoLABs in order to finally, bilaterally, we agreed on some of the competencies that should be published at the end. I think, okay. We mapped 21 competencies among 5 domains of competence: guidance and awareness, eco-design, research efficiency, industrial symbiosis, and a new one, investment, funding, and entrepreneurship. We had the focus to make sure that each competence somehow contribute to a circular economy strategy already anticipated in the National Action Plan, as we did previously in work. We want to thank to CoLAB. We did the first approach with CoLAB in order to, exactly because CoLAB, as we saw, were very much interacting with other CoLABs and trying to find contributions for cooperation and common interests on circular economy. It was a very helpful approach, and it was good for our questionnaire preparation, especially fine-tuning some of the questions. So thank you very much to CoLAB, indeed. I would like to share some insights about the data. We collect data from July to September this year. We surveyed all the 35 CoLABs. We got 31 answers, valid answers, and we validate the competencies of 22 CoLABs. So currently we have 22 CoLABs with circular economy competencies. It's important also to see the typology of evidences that we were looking. Projects in which competencies of the CoLABs were requested, technical and technical scientific references, entities, specialized entities linked to the CoLAB, initiatives developed with the CoLAB, like courses, workshops, seminars, training and the professional competencies of human resources of each of the CoLABs, services rendered to third parties, products and services developed by the CoLAB, tools owned by the CoLAB, or the CoLAB has access. Results. Now we can see this table distributing the CoLABs mapped. So these are the 22 CoLABs already with competencies. It's important to see here the number of evidences. So we mapped and we validate 147 competencies. Most of them, they are concentrated in 3 types: projects, technical references and technical scientific references, and specialized entities. These represent more or less 2/3 of all the validated competencies. We don't see very much, we don't see products and services and tools. Now, looking to each of the domains, we can recognize that eco-design is the domain richest in competencies. Looking now to each of the domains, we can see the highest and the lowest weight in each of the domains. Looking to the awareness and the guidance, we can see that production of information, technical information, and dissemination and awareness is the highest. If we look to eco-design, we can see that it's coming from the realization of diagnosis and eco-design strategy proposals. Now looking to the lowest weight in both domains, there is a lack of tools for self-assessment diagnosis on research efficiency and maturity to evaluate the maturity level of companies. If we look to the eco-design, there are a lack of acting on the development of new circular business models and acting on the regulation of products, circular products and services. Looking now to the research efficient domain and industrial symbiosis, the highest weight comes from the determination of material and energy productivity and implementation of improvement of energy and material efficiency. The lowest weight is related with human resources and tools to realize audits for material and energy efficiency. Industrial symbiosis, yes. It comes the highest weight from the technical scientific support to the use of subproducts, wastes, and as a raw material or energy. The lowest weight is coming from the knowledge, the solid knowledge on the territorial economic metabolisms in regions to allow the system of implementation of industrial symbiosis between regions. The last domain with respect to investment, funding, and entrepreneurship, the highest weight, it's related with to find investment and funding for the construction of prototypes and pilots for circular economy, and the lowest, sorry for this animation, it's not functioning so well, don't worry, is exactly the creation of and investment on spin-offs and spin-outs for circular economy. Generally, we found 17 gaps on these 22, among these 22 competencies, although there is one competence characteristic of the CoLABs, which is the diagnosis and eco-design strategy proposals, and gaps on the tools that I have mentioned before, and the creation and investment of spin-offs and spin-outs for circular economy. We ask also CoLABs how do they intend to focus in the future on several circular economy strategies, and we identified that CoLABs are mainly interested to develop future competencies on extension of life cycle, dissemination and social involvement, and the valorization of subproducts, residues, and fluxes of energy. Now I will end with some conclusions. So we found that CoLABs are more focused in general in eco-design. There is a characteristic competence which is carrying out diagnosis and proposal eco-design strategies. Within this competence, CoLABs have essentially human resources, and we still find that there is very few CoLABs using life cycle assessment tools. In general, we identified 17 competencies with a general gap. There are 3 that are standing out: self-assessment tools for the efficient use of resources, tools to assess the maturity of circular economy in companies, and the creation and investment on spin-offs and spin-outs for the circular economy. Sorry because I didn't. I cannot see the size of these formats. So at the end, we identified for future competencies 3 main strategies where CoLABs want to intensify the development of competencies. As I said, life cycle extension, awareness and social involvement, and the valorization of byproducts and wastes and energy flows. We can say that we have some learnings, and we identify that it was very helpful, this study for the CoLABs. We felt that many of the CoLABs recognize its competencies and gaps, and they express the interest of this better knowledge on competencies on circular economy in order to perform future collaborations among the CoLABs. I would like also to announce that there is a document that will be publicly disclosed very soon, where each CoLAB will find its own competencies and the competencies from the others. It's our intention to invite you for a dedicated event as we did for SITS, to discuss deeply these and to get your feedback from these results, which were very, very helpful in the previous work. And at the end, I would like to mention that we had the opportunity to work with a trainee during 1 year. She was Carolina Bento, and all this work is described in details in a master thesis. Actually was discussed last week in the University Institute of Lisbon. So hope that this very short contribution could stimulate somehow next steps and discussions, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Luís. We will now begin the pitching session and discussion, newly recognized CoLABs and the challenge ahead. Each CoLAB will have 5 minutes for your presentation. For the first pitch, I call ABC CoLAB.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here. So we are the new kids on the block. So my name is Clevio Nóbrega. I'm the president of the board of the non-profit CoLAB and association ABC CoLAB, Integrated Aging and Rejuvenation Solution. And so in the 5 minutes that I have, I will try to present our ideas and the few activities that we have done, because we are recently newly born, like you will see. So this was our path. It started, of course, before the submission. We have the presentation, discussion, we have the CoLAB approved. And so we constituted the non-profit association in July this year. And we began the activity officially in October. And we signed the term de responsabilidade a month ago. So we are, in fact, newborn. We are a non-profit association of 13 institutions, comprising academia institution, companies, and also public and government institutions. And of course here, we are also based in Algarve, namely in Lolé, not here in Faro, but the University of Algarve is also a partner of this CoLAB, and you can see that our geographic distribution of our partners is mainly here in Algarve, also in Lisbon region, and also in Coimbra. So according to a lot of experts, we start aging as soon as we are conceived. So it's a process that we are all ongoing and undergoing. And like it was discussed in the first session this morning, it's a huge problem for Europe, and I think we all know that it's a huge problem for Portugal. So we are one of the countries that has more old people per active person, and we hear that in our case it's 38 per 100. So 38 old people per 100 active, while in Europe it's less. But if these numbers are currently, of course, preoccupying, the estimates are even worse than it's expected, and by 2050 this number is quite increased. So it's a huge problem that we have. And so what we proposed in our vision when we tried to conceive this project was to have a multidimensional focus of aging, because aging, it's of course a very complex process. If we believe in that idea that we start aging as soon as we are conceived, so it starts a long time ago. So we have to tackle a lot of things during this process, process, and for that we want also to have this multidimensional focus and this multidimensional, multidisciplinary approach focus in three main areas. So health, of course, we are dealing with a process that affects health. Social science, because we have here an important role of social science to characterize these old people, and especially here in Algarve, but also in Alentejo, we have a quite heterogeneous distribution of population in the insides and in the urban cycle. So this is quite important, and also having an important focus on technology. That's why we have also two technological companies in the consortium, which is Vodafone and Algarve, because we also want to translate some advances in this area to the service of the aging and a healthy aging. And so with this we have a very large expected market to our solutions and to our services. So we have four main, we don't see it quite well, but believe me, there are two more here. So we have four main research and innovation agendas. We are more or less distributed. And besides the formal partners of the CoLAB, we have also some companies and some institutions that are collaborating actively or will collaborate actively with us in the future. So, because it's almost finishing, so we have already the governing bodies elected. So we have the General Assembly, we have the board, we have the Fiscal Council, and we have already a CEO, CSO appointed, which is Vanya, which is over there. And we are now working, and that's why it's loading, the advisory board. And also we are quite actively working in trying to have the first human and qualified human resource for the CoLAB. So we are working in close collaboration with CCDR Algarve. We had several meetings with them, and we hope that in the next months we will be able to have some good news for our CoLAB. Finally, our impact, it's of course regional. We are quite focused here, firstly in Algarve and also Alentejo, but we want to have a national and in the future an international impact. And finally, the challenges that I think are quite transversal to all of us, especially for us that are in the beginning. So the funding, the ability to attract human resources, and other factors that for which we are not, of course, in the control of all of them, like external and international factors. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And now, ARCP CoLAB.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Jorge Manuel Martins. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of ARCP. That's why we are in this package of CoLABs. We are a new CoLAB. But RCP is somehow a very old institution, very old for the ones that are here, because, sorry. Okay. RCP was created in 2007. We were created in the scope of the Competences Network program in Portugal, and we've been working since that time in somehow a collaborative research way. And so that's why we thought that was a good idea and a good solution for the development RCP to transform ourselves into a CoLAB. Our mission has always been a networking between academia and university. We have a common interest between all of our partners, is the polymer science and technology, and the idea was always to give our partners the means, both human resources and equipment, to solve their problems of innovation in new products, in new process, in optimization. And we have been doing that somehow successful, and these are our main partners, or or let's say our partners at the moment. We have several partners from academia and the ones in this part of the screen, and we have several members of our members that are from industry, that are somehow big players in the polymer industry, users of polymers and producers of polymers. But we have been working not only with our partners, also with other companies that somehow have the same needs as our main partners, and those are some of the companies with which we have been having some main projects in the last years. We have been developing our work mainly in 5 competence areas that are polymers chemistry, bio-based materials, indoor air quality, process monitoring and optimization, and environmental sustainability of polymer-based products. And our main activities has been networking, technical scientific services, product development, and life cycle assessment. Networking, that's why our name is Associação Rede de Competência in Polymers, and somewhat like network competence in polymers, because we have been working as a net between the different companies and our academia partners. And that's why we thought that was a good idea to transform ourselves into a CoLAB, because that could give us opportunity to increase our dimension, increase our capacity and opportunity to participate in projects, improve the quality and specialization of our research and innovation equip, and create conditions to diversity funding sources. That would give us what are our main targets: to get a permanent body of qualified researchers and upgrade our laboratory and equipment facilities. What are the main challenges is to develop all the competence areas and key activities within limited space, because nowadays our space is very limited. We have specific equipment that needs to be developed, and some equipment are already somehow insufficient in age, and we have a very reduced number of technical staff. So we expected, as being when we tried to get the seal of a CoLAB, was to get somehow boost funding, okay, and we expected to be somehow eligible to some kind of funding program accessible by CoLABs. That's not yet the case, but we expect that that can be solved in a short time. Nevertheless, we have been working, and we have been investing, changing to what we think is would be an interesting solution. When we started thinking about going to a CoLAB, we had only 2 staff members. Now we grown. Last year we engaged more 6, and this year we engaged more 4 staff researchers. And this is our team that has a permanent work contract with the CoLAB. We use something I forgot to say. We used to have a team of researchers based on grants. As you know, Portugal changed the regulation of grants, and we got somehow limited with that kind of research staff. That's why we have to change, and now we have a permanent staff of people. And so, what will be the changes before being after being a CoLAB? Well, the idea is this: is to increase the number of technical staff, establish at least 2 new research development units. We have we have different. We have now. We are trying to create 2 units, independent units, within the CoLAB to solve specific problems from our business partners. One will be placed in Viseu, the other will be placed in Bragança, and we are trying to increase our funding by being part of new competitive funding projects. We are partners in 3 PRR projects. Man, sorry. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now the next presentation, Login CoLAB.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is André. I was the coordinator of the submitted proposal to FCT. I would like to congratulate Annie for this event, the other CoLABs for their work, and the entire audience. Login is a CoLAB orientated to technological innovation in logistics. And I'm going to give in this short presentation a little contextualization. Then I will talk about the consortium, and I will talk a bit concerning our first activities. So Login arose from the fact that the region of Guarda has a privileged logistical location. It's the main crossing point for most cross-border of goods by land. Every day around 3,000 trucks pass by, and there are more than 5,000 trucks registered in that region. It's also the reason why several companies in the logistic and transport sector are installed there, as well as various logistics infrastructures such as Guarda Logistics Platform, Industrial Park, Tir Park, Road and Rail Terminal for goods, and the recently approved dry port. We also have to highlight an almost complete logistic platform that the expansion is underway. So all these assets, all these aspects, they should be seen as assets to develop logistic projects, and we are quite convicted that with the creation of Login, we will promote the interaction between the stakeholders and will provide support to their activities and boost the sector in this region. So to lead with the challenges successfully, we created a consortium. These are the entities in our consortium. Regarding scientific research units, you can see Polytechnic Institute of Guarda, Polytechnic Institute of Tomar, and Center of Informatics and Systems of University of Coimbra. So these academic entities, they will strengthen ties with Login Associates and promote research within the scope of Login. Concerning the interface entities, we have Infraestruturas Portugal. They are responsible for the management and modernization of road and rail network. We have Maritime Port of Aveiro and Maritime Ports of Douro, Leixões, and Viana do Castelo. These interface entities, they are very relevant due to the road and rail terminals, the connection with the maritime ports, and the planned dry port that is going to be management by administration of Porto de Leixões. Then we have the business enterprises. We have Olano Group, which is a logistic operator specialized in control temperature. We have Transportes Bernardo Marques, a road transport company for goods. Coffee Cabo, a global leader in the manufacture and sales of automotive cables and wires. Concerning the technological entities, we have Inovaria, that is an association of technological companies based in Aveiro. We have Stratio Automotive, which is a world-leading startup in artificial intelligence for predictive maintenance. They are known as downtime reducers, and they have raised recently $12 million in funding. We also have Wavecom, that is a technological company specialist in areas of wireless communication and digitization. We have Mobius Energy, which results from a joint venture between Kineji and Remgro. Kineji is a global leader in renewable energy investments, and Mobius was born out of the need to migrate the fossil fuel-based refrigerated transportation value chain to cleaner renewable energy solutions. And we have also Marlowe, which is a company that delivers consulting and technology-based solutions in the transport and logistic sector. We have also, as public entity, the Guarda Citiol, which will play a dynamic and integrative role, supporting the login strategies and promote the development of the territory. Finally, we have several partner entities who express their support, and some of them will be part of the advisory board. We are still in the embryonic stage, but we are outlining strategies and first steps are being taken, and that's what I'm going to highlight now. To promote research in this sector in terms of academic degrees and training, the academic entities of Login submitted last month a master's proposal to better suit the Login's innovation agenda. Training courses in logistics and supply chain are closely linked to management, and we wanted to empower trainees with a combination of engineering and technological skills with logistic management skills. So we created smart logistics with curricular units such as digitization and connectivity, logistic automation, blockchain technologies and e-commerce, geographic information systems to support logistics, location intelligence, mobile communication and networks. With here we are talking about 5G in logistics, real-time monitoring in process management. In terms of internal projects, we are between associates from Login, we are evaluating some internal projects. The development of projects between Stratio and shareholders that operate fleets, where their technology can be applied and tested. We are talking about artificial intelligence in the predictive maintenance for the trucks of Olano Group and Transportes Bernardo Marques. Then we are analyzing another internal project that can happen, that is Mobius Energy and Olano Group. It's going to be like a laboratory track to test, develop and optimize environmental friendly systems. And we are now writing also a proposal for Interreg POCTEP, where the aim of this project is to improve interoperability in the logistic corridor between Aveiro, Leixões, Guarda, Salamanca, which forms the Atlantic corridor. Through the development of applications of information and communication technology to improve competitiveness, simplification of custom procedures and minimization of logistics chains, where the implementation of innovation solutions in the transport of goods will be also implemented. It is also intended in the interests of the administrative simplification to implement JUL, Janela Única Logística, in a coordinated manner with Simple, that is the technological platform of logistics in Spain, to create a better interoperability in the Atlantic corridor, Aveiro, Leixões, Guarda, and Salamanca.
Login CoLAB, you have to finish, please.
And okay, with this in mind, we think you can bring technological development, business leverage, economic growth, and create a logistic hub that is going to contribute to a green, digital, and resilient Europe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And now, Hail CoLAB.
Hello everyone, my name is João Fernandes. I'm a representative of Rail CoLAB, which means a collaborative laboratory for the future railway system. So let's talk about the motivation on why we decided to create this CoLAB. This was something that we started to talk around 2021, I think it was on the beginnings, because there was a boom on the railway side. I think if anyone here does not see the news, I can tell you in first hand that the railway is having a big boom, especially in Portugal. And after some talks and seeing what it was necessary, a group of entities decided to create and to form this Rail CoLAB. Just a little bit more context. Everything that we planned throughout the execution of the plan, of the technical technical notes that we delivered to FCT, we tried to align that to the European policies and trying to have it similarly or very close to the innovation strategic agendas, such as the carbon neutrality, that is very, very important, everything regarding sustainability and also regarding digitalization. And of course, like I said in the beginning, national and international boom of or importance of the railways is being noticed by everyone. And of course, we decided to also tackle and enter in this stage. So, oops, sorry. So which members are present in our association? So we have 17 in total. We have a lot of faculties and research institutions. We also have a variety of different companies. And in the middle we have Nomatech, that is the company that I represent, that was the promoter of the CoLAB, that is in charge or managing in these first stages of the newborn baby, newborn CoLAB. And below Nomatech we have the platform, the Portuguese railway platform, and also the new Competence Center that was created last year. So easier this way. So we decided to divide this in 4 different areas of work. So first of all, we have the sustainability, and although all the areas are important, this one is one of the most important that we want to tackle throughout the years. And then we have the smart asset management and maintenance that is related to everything related to maintenance, even from rolling stock, from infrastructure and other railway areas. We have the digital platforms, everything related to digital twins and AI, also regarding security events, alerts, etc. Finally, we have the communications, and of course here 5G is being very, very important. We also have 3 cross areas. We have the first one that is developing testing platforms, that is very, very important, especially in our country. In foreign countries, we already have some laboratories on track. We want to try to also enter in this area, trying to have something that companies can come back here and consult us and test equipment inside the trains. We have here the exploitation and market acceptance, and finally the education and training. And just a quick overview from the 4 areas. First, we have the sustainability. Like I said, we are focused on energy efficient methods. We want to try to reduce the carbon that some rolling stock emit, everything related to sustainability of all the system. We also want to study design, try to understand what is better, what is not, and finally having a management, in this case an efficient management of the rolling stock operations. So if we're trying to optimize train schedules, to also optimize the infrastructure. Regarding maintenance, we have everything related to assess maintenance. We are thinking on decision support systems, developing specific and enhanced algorithms to help regarding maintenance, and also at the end we have a condition-based operation that is mostly what we want to reach or to have at the end of the CoLAB. Regarding digital platforms, this is regarding digital twins, everything related to AI to help also the previous area in regards to having a smart platform that we can consult the assets in 3D and then consult them and see what we can do, and also have safety critical events detection and alerting. This is a very important task, because I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago a rock fell off I don't know, a wall in the door line and hit the train. So this is also very important. And finally, we have the development of communications and cybersecurity in the railway systems. That is mostly regarding communications, security in the communications, applying 5G to the railway systems. That is not nowadays. It is still being in study, and try to study it even further to allow more data to be sent between the systems. And the outcomes, I'm not going to read this, but is more or less a summary of what I already talked. And with this, I just ended my presentation, and I would like to thank you all for this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the last CoLAB, Innov Gastronomy.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Inês, and I'm here to present the Oeiras Innov Gastronomy CoLAB. Okay. First of all, why gastronomy? First, because gastronomy is a leverage for the country's economy and also for his localities. Second of all, it plays an important role in tourism, which is, as you all know, a growing industry, representing more than 10% of Portugal's GDP. At the same time, Oeiras aims to use gastronomy as an important tool to promote Oeiras as a heritage destination, and also to create an engagement between locality, science, health and nutritional, and entrepreneurship. As maybe you should know that Oeiras has a lot of corporate headquarters companies in the municipality. On the other hand, Nova is also aligned with this scope and has the research means and the scientific research developments, as in, for instance, the molecular technology that it's been developing in Faculdade de Ciências and Technology of Nova, and also at Nova Medical School, this year just graduate the first nutritional students. And besides all that, and the know-how that has in the other faculties, align with the tourism platform that works very close to the private and to the public institutions on the sector. So the objective here is to create innovative solutions in concrete challenges that will improve quality, sustainable, and promote Portugal within the industry needs. To be more concrete, I would like to present you our main work packs and the research areas that we will develop. The work packs are aligned with the goal of the CoLABs, which will be, first of all, in the heritage to identify and map all cultural and habits about gastronomy in all country that, as you might know, are very different from the north and the south and the center, but also in the gastronomic science to identify and to create innovative techniques to produce and to prepare the gastronomic offer. There is one innovative solution that we already have here, one sample, that is motivated by the United Nations, that is to encourage the development of producing new ingredients in the European diet habits. That is eating algae and also insects. Not just because they are very nutritious, but also because they produce fewer greenhouse gases, and they also need much less food than other animals like chicken or cows, and also because they need much less space. But we'll get back to this This will only be possible with a collaboration and multidisciplinary approach. The market is very segmented, as you all know, and Nova, with its research areas, and also with the leverage of the platform that works together with the private and public partners in the tourism industry, it's the only way to solve the challenge of this sector. We will look, and our revenues will be sourced by not just the funding and the research grants, but also for the services that we'll be providing to the market. We'll publicate, of course, create publication. The scientific research will be very intensive, but also the innovative techniques that will be developed and give it to the public, to create a GlyCEM index, and also the development of the novel food products, to create manuals, best practice manuals, training, consultancy, certifications, to quality certification to the offers, also to create a footprint and food itineraries. Okay, we'll be located in Oeiras, as I just said, at Palácio Flor da Murta. It's a 1,000 square meters palace that will allow to have private rooms for labs, but also rooms for show and for master classes to test the results of the research. The founding partners are now these 9 founding partners that include not just Nova and the municipality, but also the private partners from the industry. Not just restaurants, but also tourism players. Once again, tourism plays here a very important role. Okay, so what I would like to challenge, and just to finishing as I'm the last debate, I would like to challenge you to taste and to take the risk to taste chapulines, which is a Mexican, very old dish, but we present here in Portuguese porcelain, Bordal Pinheiro, which is based on grills, and several sausage that will. The thing is that this kind of insects are have more nutrition than eggs and beans and chicken, for instance. So, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Very innovative. For discussion, I invite each one of the CoLABs to go to the stage and sit. And I present the moderator of this session, Diogo Gomes Araújo from ANI. Thank you.
It's actually, I have a story I have to tell you. Actually, I have chapulines at home, and once I visited an R&D center, and the scientists were very excited to show me their novelty ingredient, chapulines, and obviously I ate it because I was used to eat it, but unfortunately they gone sour. So I had to tell them very discreetly, because it was a ministry visit, that the chapulines were out of the date. So that's my story with chapulines. So I'll be delighted to have them. I would like to ask you, and we'll go around very quickly, what's your first impression of being included in this kind of network?
So if we were newborn, we were like screaming now. But I think it's, for us, it's quite important to be here. So I think you all struggle in the first steps. And so for us, it's quite important to be here. So I've been sharing, of course, our experience and having input from other CoLABs from here, from Algarve. So they were important for our path. So I think this meeting for us, it's quite important, and it's quite good to see all of you, and hope to see you in the next years, of course.
Okay, so first of all, I think that CoLABs are entities that can greatly improve the innovation and bring business and concerning my CoLAB in logistics, and it's important to be here to understand what all the other CoLABs passed by, understand what were their challenges, how they improve over the years, what is the actual state, and I think these annual meetings are quite important to understand better what they pass through, and that can improve our way to look ahead concerning the CoLAB and the contributions that CoLAB can make to Portugal and to Europe and internationally.
Thank you for your question. First, I'm still scared, but I will think about it. So to be honest, I wasn't. That is on purpose. So I didn't know what to expect, to be honest. I was very excited to participate, and being here is more excited than being only there. When I entered, I started to listening to every CoLAB, and I was like, yeah, this is very, very interesting. And listening to their experiences, in both extremes, so ones that were accepted last year, the others that were accepted in the first year, seeing their evolutions throughout time, seeing that they are growing, most of them, they are going great. This is fantastic, and we are delightful to be here today to present not our work, because we are still very, very young, but we hope that in a couple of years, maybe next year already, we can start presenting some results, what we are going to do, and I'm really, really excited to think for the next meetings, that in hope that we can be able to present even more that we presented today, because today was more theoretical work, nothing practical, and I hope in 1 year, 2 years, we can be here explaining our evolution, the resources, the financing, the projects, etc. So thank you.
Well, in our case, we think that the CoLAB model, it's a very nice one, and that's why we wanted to go from what we were to a CoLAB. We have been very near the CoLAB system because we've been watching the CoLABs starting and developing. For us, it's very important to see what the others are doing and try to think how we can change our procedures, internal procedures, in order to get somehow to the level of development that some of the CoLABs who are presented here today have. Nevertheless, we still have some questions about the model of the CoLABs, because I'm not sure if I understood correctly how some of the CoLABs solve the financial problem, because I think that some things are not also clear, at least for me. But as my colleague said, for us it's very important to see what the others, the old ones, the grown-up are doing, and I expect that next year we will be able to present some of the work and say, okay, we started, we could get things done, and we have something to present.
Nova University is very experienced in CoLABs, though, of course, every CoLAB that launches reinforces the important role of the academia in the challenge of day-to-day life and of the economy. And, of course, it's a motivation to see so many CoLABs doing great and to watch testimony their success.
One of the most fascinating things for me in collaborative work is the cross-collaboration. I mean, trying to collaborate with different entities from different sectors, from sectors that they don't have apparently anything to do with yours. So sometimes innovation and technology has this very interesting aspect that can be used in various sectors. From what you've seen today, and we'll have more presentations tomorrow, can you see any perspectives of collaboration or cross-collaboration with any of the CoLABs that you've heard today?
Yeah, for sure. We were taking notes in almost every presentation because, of course, the ones related with health sector, it's quite easy for us. But even the other ones that presented more related with the data, with IT, they are quite important for us. And I think one of the good things of these CoLABs, it's in fact the things that they are transdisciplinary. So even if we are more focused in health, we want the input from other areas, and we need that input. And I think that was another good point of this meeting. It was that at least for us, because we know the names of the CoLABs, the previous CoLAB, but seeing exactly, or even if it is in 3 minutes, or in broad terms, what they do, I think it's quite crucial for us, and I think that we'll have we'll try to have some meetings with at least 2 or 3 of them.
Okay. Yes, I already had the opportunity to talk during lunch with the DTX CoLAB and Vortex CoLAB. Since in logistics you have the dematerialization, digitization, connectivity, so all these CoLABs that work in these areas, they can bring add value, and even I can at least I'm not going to lose time with that, because they're already developing that kind of technology which we can use. So I see great partnerships here. I already talked with André from ZTX and to see if he can collaborate with us in this Interreg call that is going to link Maritime Port of Aveiro, Leixões, Guarda and Salamanca. So this connection is quite important in terms of export and importations. It can leverage several business, and that's why we are here, I think.
Okay, in our case, absolutely. So we are going to have a lot of data, and here on the seat, Data CoLAB already gave me their card. So this is one of various examples that I can say. We have, of course, TTX. We have the VG CoLAB regarding energy. We have built CoLAB with Paulo help us a lot before while we were constituting, and of course I owe a lot to Paulo to be here today. I already talked to André. I think it was a month ago, 2 months ago. So we were already talking, although we are still, in our 4 paws, just messing around here. So yes, absolutely, we are going to interact to go to other CoLABs to talk with them, because they have knowledge that we don't have today, and we have knowledge in our area that they don't have. So we can here unite some efforts and work together.
We have been working indirectly or directly with some of the CoLABs that are here. But it was important because we work mainly in new products and optimization of processes. And we found out that there are some CoLABs that have the same areas of interest of us. We have worked a lot in recyclability and end of use of products, and we are very focused on agroforestry based products. So I think that we at least we know that there are some CoLABs with which we want to have some connections. If that will be possible or not, it depends. You know, there are some things that are more that rule the world. So.
As I presented before, our gastronomy CoLAB gives the same importance to heritage than to data collect and data management, to health and nutrition, as well as to technology. And I think the multidisciplinary approach is indeed one of the most important factors. And we'll be glad to meet with all CoLABs related to our 5 areas.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, so I would like to welcome you and thank you very much for your time and also your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now it's time for closing the session. And I would like you to please welcome Diogo Gomes for the wrap-ups of the day and key takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will continue having the crickets. Just to wrap up very quickly, again, we had the 5 sessions with CoLABs. We had the 1 expert session. We had a couple of sessions from our experts in ANI, and basically what I would like to summarize is that. As Joana Mendonça, the president of ANI, said, the CoLAB network is reaching some sort of maturity. Having said that, different CoLABs are at different stages, and I'm not talking about the new kids on the block. I'm talking about the 35 CoLABs that we manage in our network. We've heard that funding is critical. It's a source of concern from CoLABs, but it's also the only source of sustainability. Talent attraction and retention is also a concern that was highlighted by different CoLABs, and the international networking and the internationalization is probably one way forward, something that all CoLABs will have to do, and many of you mentioned that today. Collaboration, it's obviously the key word here, with the private sector, but also between CoLABs. That's the only way to create value to the society and to solve the societal problems that we have and that we face nowadays. Most CoLABs mention that people are at the center of their innovation, and that is very important.
disruptive innovation is by definition something that goes against mainstream, so it's always challenging. And that's why the Portuguese government and ANI will continue to support the CoLAB network. I would like to call Sofia Couto to the stage next to me, and I would like to first of all introduce you to Sofia, because many of you have interacted with Sofia. Sofia has been working with the CoLAB network for the past few months. Sofia is a veteran in ANI. I'm a newcomer. I've only joined ANI this year, but I would like to say that both Sofia and I, we are at your disposal to collaborate and to work with you so that this network can go forward. Thank you very much.
So, as many of you have already talked with me by phone, by email, I will continue to be available, but I would like to share this vision from now on that ANI is a team. So I will be the main interpreter with you, but I also would like to present Diogo as my director, also joining me, other team members of ANI. So we are trying to build a robust team to accompany all the 41 CoLABs, because it's too much work just for one person. And I think in a collaborative way, we can also get further. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your presence today. We now invite you for a networking cocktail. And we would like to remind you that the first session will be held at 9. Also, one last thing.
Just a small note, for those who want to stay later, we'll probably put the game on the board over here. Just to be clear.
7.
Just to be clear.
Thank you once again. See you again tomorrow.